Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 3 of our Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. It is Friday, December 17th, 2021 at 9 a.m. I'll call this meeting to order. Just as a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. And with that, you have an agenda before you. If there are no additions or deletions to that, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt. Councillor Ratcliffe this time. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I shall call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 3, 2022 Operating and Capital Budget Discussion Summary. And I will look across the room to CAO Reid, and he'll lead us off.
Well, and welcome again, Reeve Lougheed and Council, and I hope you noticed the festive decorations we put up just in the spirit of the season, and I hope that the joy you got this morning continues on throughout the rest of the day. I want to first of all thank you all for your efforts in the last 2 days. It's been delightful to work with you all, and I want to thank all the staff, of course. But I don't want to give a long, lengthy speech. I hope you have your sharpened pencils and your creative minds ready to go, and I'll hand it over to, I don't know if Murray's going to say anything or just straight to Ms. Sir.
Morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to day 3, the day that's a little less structured. It's more about getting council the information they need to make the decisions to be able to approve the 2022 budget next week. It is no small task what you have accomplished in the just shy of 2 months since you were elected. It's been a lot of information, a lot of knowledge being transferred, and I just want to take a moment and let you know how much we appreciate the questions, how much we appreciate the engagement, and that we understand how difficult it has been to get up to speed on every program and service that Clearwater County provides its residents and all of the capital projects that are on the go. You're at a bit of a disadvantage because strategic planning happens throughout the year, and you were freshly elected in October, most of you. So the capital projects that are before you are because of work that the previous council has accomplished in most part. So you do not have the benefit of those strategic planning meetings that happen in January and April and June. So we just really appreciate you digging in and getting to know what the work that the previous council has done, and trying to make decisions this week and next week based on that work. So thank you. So what we as staff and administration hope to provide you today is the information you need to decide how to fund the projects that are before you, or decide which projects can wait, or which projects are moving forward. So we really look to council to start us off on which capital projects that they feel they need to have more discussion about, and staff and administration is here to provide any information that you might require to have those discussions. So Alana, can I have you bring up that folder? Yeah, okay, let's go with yeah. The restricted and unrestricted surplus, yep. Yep. And then, so again, I just want to remind council where we left off yesterday. Yeah, that's okay. So if we go, just scroll to the bottom of that. So the total we're at currently is at a deficit of $25,857,481. Again, that is just a matter of trying to decide where you want to fund these projects from, or if all of these projects are a priority for 2022. So how would you like to continue? Would you like to start at the beginning of the list of the capital projects and get a consensus from council of which ones need more discussion? Or do you have projects marked that you want to have more discussion about, or?
Just looking for the consensus of council. Any thoughts around the process here? What your expectations would be?
What has worked best for you guys in the past, being our two veterans?
I'd also defer to Councillor Swanson, of course, but I think in general, we've looked at the projects that are nice to haves and the projects that are must haves. And I think that was in my thought process, that was where we started looking at, as we know, of course, much of the work is done around public works and those capital projects there as well. So I guess ultimately to decide the priority list of where we're at today, and I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
If I remember in the past, we went through department and much the same, what we wanted to have and what we, nice to have kind of a thing. So if we can go by department, that would be probably in a better, to help the 5 new ones at the table.
Sure, so the document that was given to you yesterday was the capital project list with funding sources identified, and as previously noted, if there was no funding source identified specifically, it was defaulted to tax revenue. The other thing maybe I want to bring your attention to is the 6 ways that council can decide to or the tools they have to help them balance this budget, and they are at the beginning of the operating book in the opening agenda item. I just don't have my book, Christopher. Can I borrow your the operating one? Thank you. So that beginning agenda item on the second page, just at the beginning of the operating binder, it says identify a restricted surplus account that can fund a capital project, ensure the appropriate restricted surplus transfers are being annualized, increase tax revenue, cancel or postpone capital projects, decrease service levels in operating, assign MSI funding to one or more or multiple capital projects. So I just want to remind council that there's about $13 million in MSI funding that we have available to assign. Those projects are need to be infrastructure type projects. And the other 2 most common ways is identify a restricted surplus account that can fund a capital project and increase tax revenue. Also ensuring the appropriate restricted surplus transfers are being annualized. So that's those priorities that we're funding year over year for a future project that we talked about yesterday. So if you want to start with the capital projects, we can move to that 10-year summary in Public Works, I think is the.
I would have one question about the
Yes.
MSI funding.
Yes.
If I remember correctly, it has a best before date, for lack of a better word, that portions of it may have to be used very soon.
Right. So about MSI, Clearwater County is receiving approximately $4 million a year, and depending on, the provincial government has indicated that that will likely come to an end. They still seem to fund it in the last several years, so I don't have a year when that will end. They give 5 years to use those dollars, and we did use approximately $13 million of that in 2020 and 2021 on one of the larger projects was the Leslieville Public Services Building. And I can get a list for you on the other projects, I just don't know them off the top of my head. But we did use a significant amount, so that there is probably a 2-year buffer right now. So I think that is less of a consideration in 2022.
Thank you.
Yeah. So if we want to start with the 10-year summary, and then for Public Works, and identify any projects that you'd like to have more discussion on. Yeah, you bet. Thanks, Alana. So staff will wait for council to decide which ones they want to chat about.
Councillor Swanson?
I have the airport capital kind of flagged, and I know we're going through the airport agreement right now at an ICC meeting at this particular point in time. I'm wondering if there should be maybe a pause on that one until the agreement is, I understand that it is involving taxiway, more paving. It's not necessarily in the design, is it, correct me if I'm wrong, it was the design as well of the terminal this particular year?
Yeah, so glad you brought that up here. We recently, Councillor Swanson, received an update from the town in regards to capital projects set aside for the airport. So the numbers you saw up there included the terminal building engineering towards the terminal building with 2023 showing construction of the terminal building. So the most recent revision that we received from the town, they have now removed the engineering for design on that terminal building. So there's an adjustment to that number up there, our portion, that would come down now by an amount of $27,450. So they have no longer indicated that in their plans for 2022. But so anything above and beyond that, that was the taxiway preliminary engineering was involved in there, and some taxiway paving and line painting.
Yeah.
So that you really can't get around.
No.
That needs to be done, especially on the runway itself and so on. But yes, they've now removed that, moving forward with any type of design associated with the terminal building.
Okay.
So there is an adjustment there.
Yeah. Okay, so because there's that adjustment there, that was more my issue in that whole number was maybe the terminal design should be paused. I agree the operations of the line painting and everything else should continue, but in regards to the terminal, let's do a pause until the agreement is complete.
Sure. Any further comments on that? Ultimately, I think those things that relate to the safety of that facility, I think need to be funded. So, upgrades obviously to aprons or those kinds of things, I think are definitely something we need to consider. Something that's going to add functionality to the airport in the future maybe needs a greater consensus amongst the partners that.
And with that to Riva, he received also just a few days ago within this week, the November was dated November 2021 terminal building preliminary design option. So I would suspect that would come before the commission and then the discussion could go from there.
Okay. Yeah, that's great to be able to align those goals, I think. Any further thoughts? Okay.
Kurt, what was our
Yep.
share?
So our share at 50%, 27,450.
Thank you.
Counselor Melhoff.
Thank you. I would love some more information on the Beaver Flats road grading and how we might be able to look at spreading that out if at all possible, or anything to do with that.
Yeah, good morning. So, Beaver Flats Road, there again, it's a very large, capital project. It has been identified to be funded from tax revenue. So we're in the neighborhood of $7.4 million. We've already taken the steps to really split that project in half to facilitate, like I say, the mass haul diagram for how that project can balance. My only suggestion would be to either defer that to another, future time, or utilize an existing reserve such as, or MSI for that example. I understand it's a very large hit, and I'm assuming the $25 million is taken into account already, the allocated MSI and restricted or projected annual surplus maybe from this year. Is there a projected surplus for this year?
No, it has not taken into account the projected surplus from 2021. I don't have a really good number, so I haven't identified what that might be. The restricted surplus account that normally would go into is the tax rate stabilization fund, or at council's discretion, they would identify other restricted surplus accounts that, or projects that they're hoping to do in the future. So I do anticipate a surplus in 2021. I just don't know what that will be.
An idea of the magnitude that it might be?
I don't right now.
You deal in hard facts.
Yeah. I don't like to say and then be wrong.
Okay, our department heads know this the best, better than us. I wonder if you have any suggestions of what might be deferred or split up that would help us in this process.
I can give you my opinion, but maybe I'll start with CAO Reed.
Please.
The budget you have before you is, like, you can imagine there are hundreds of projects that aren't included this year. So the budget you have before you is our best estimate at the best prioritization based on what we know of what you've already said and what we know of the previous council's goals and what we know of our capacity to complete work. So, yeah, we all could have opinions, but what you see before you is what we recommend. So there's nothing on here that we would say, oh, well, we put that in as fluff. No, they're all sort of equally valued at our point of view at this point, but we need to know what direction you would send us in.
And,
Sorry.
sorry.
Go ahead, supplementary, and then I'll go to Counselor Melhoff.
sorry.
Perhaps after I have a comment or two, and then back to you, Counselor Swanson.
As the last few months feels like a year and a half, but I'm still quite green on this to be able to, on my own, say this shouldn't happen or should. So, we have a $23 million gap we have to try and fill. And, I don't have the information to be able to confidently pick any of those things. Thank you.
Thank you for that. My comment would be, I see this as a fairly aggressive budget, and I know that creates a huge workload on all departments. do we feel confident that we can meet, if we said yes to everything today, do we feel confident that we have the capacity within our organization to be successful in carrying out what is described as a fairly aggressive work plan in my mind? Just maybe a comment or two around that before I go to Councillor Melhoff.
Well, in a general sense, we would have asked for more staff if we felt we couldn't accomplish it,
And
right?
And conversely then, I recognize that if we say no to some things or we adjust some things, that there would probably have to be a corresponding change perhaps in other, if you're anticipating that workload that we are going to, if you described a workload and described what you needed for staff capacity within that, if we reduce that, is there opportunities for reassigning or spreading the workload so that we have a greater chance of achieving things that didn't meet everything that was in our contingency? So I guess I'm not really describing that right, but I hope you can kind of get where I'm going with that.
So two things. One, remember that capital is mostly contracted. So you take out some capital, doesn't really change our staffing load. If you want to change the staffing load, you need to change the service level. So those are different things. If you were to take all capital out, well, then we would likely discuss something, and I don't know if that's the appetite of this council. But yes, if you make some dramatic changes to the budget, then we spend the next 3 days frantically sharpening our pencils to change the budget, should there be an opportunity for a change to service level or staffing. But, you know, our expectation is the amount of work is while it may seem aggressive, something like moving Nordeg up seems like it's, you know, it's different, right? It was a 10-year plan. We've moved a few things up quicker.
Thank you for that. That's exactly what I was.
Yeah, but we wouldn't have offered it if we didn't have the capacity to accomplish it. And, you know, Nordeg is a good example. There are, you know, through staffing or contract service provision or contractor working, like there are options that we will have to employ to manage the workload. But it wouldn't necessarily mean there's a person that's going to be, as you know, we're too short in planning right now anyway. So as an example, it's not like we have this sort of slush fund of people that we can shuffle around.
That's.
We're in a deficit of people right now anyway. But the budget you have in front of you, the team says, yeah, we can accomplish this, you know, given good conditions. If it rains all summer, we're going to come and say, yeah, we didn't get this stuff done, but.
No, thank you for that. I think we're in very good alignment on that. I just wanted to create that thought process or start of that thought process as well. And ultimately, I think at any opportunity, we're going to find the balance of understanding where we have a greater need than we probably anticipated, but we have long-term asset management strategies that allow us to use some of those restricted surpluses to do the work now that we had maybe planned to do a little bit further in the future and be able to adjust our priorities. And this is the day to discuss those things. So I'm going to go to Councillor Melhoff's lights off, so I'm going to go to Councillor Graham. Oh, and then I'll back to you, Councillor Swanson.
All right, thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I just want to start by saying that the Beaver Flats is a tendered road, so it is not a pecuniary interest, correct? For me, I would much rather, I might get jumped for saying this, I don't know, but I would much rather see the paving go towards Beaver Flats than Nordeg. I think that it's going to cut down on our maintenance costs if we do Beaver Flats, whereas the parking lots and stuff in Nordeg, in my opinion, doesn't require the maintenance that the gravel roads do. So that's just my opinion, something I want to throw out there.
And Councillor Swanson.
Can I just jump in?
Sure. Sorry.
Lougheed. We're not doing any parking lots, right? Parking lots would be at the owners of the parking lots. We're doing the roads infrastructure in Nordeg.
Are we doing the county parking lots though, I thought? Like the public?
Yeah, so the Public Works parking lot, the apron of the Nordeg building, the Leslieville building, the Condor building, right?
Yeah.
So taking out a parking lot isn't gonna get you Beaver Flats, right?
I know, but it would cut down a little bit.
And Councillor Swanson.
Eric, maybe first some history. When did we start the Beaver Flat Road? And when did we finish? And how long has it been in between that first phase 1 and this phase 2?
Oh, that's a great question. I will do my best to recall. It was in this term, like the Beaver Flats Road for the first portion, I believe it's 5 kilometers from Highway 12 north for that first 5 kilometers. It was, I believe it was the first term with the last council. And it was done over the course of that year. It was a tendered project. Another thing too, I don't want to digress from the Beaver Flats conversation too much here, but I do not believe making any adjustments to Nordig will actually even adjust the bottom line of 25 million as well. So I think as long as council has a good understanding of that as well, so whatever, even if you defer a project in Nordig or regardless, even though we expedited those, if we deferred that, that isn't gonna drop your 25 million. So, and I think you guys need to be really clear on what, are you clear on which ones are funded, which one has a funding strategy and which ones don't? I don't know if there's that list specifically that we could provide that actually shows which one's funded. Like I said, I could talk about Beaver Flats all day and the need in that community, and the area councillor can speak to it best. It's just been it has been bumped down in the queue before. It's not, I'm not saying that it has to be done next year. I guess I really look to the area councillor to speak to the area need. They said it's been identified historically. It's still a priority for us. We know that road could use some work, but it is a large chunk and it hasn't, no other funding source has been identified at this time. Not saying that there couldn't be, there's other funding sources available through the restricted surplus there, but then it has to be, first is a priority, then tell us, we'd like you to fund it this way. And we'll try to attack that number for you.
Supplement?
Councillor Swanson.
Sure. So I agree with Mr. Hanson that it is an artery road, used a lot by industry on the north end, more so. And I've traveled it enough and I understand the need for it. And don't get me wrong, I'm fighting for my Division 7 residents there to have some better roads. But at the same time, I also see the growth that's happening in Nordig, and I don't want to stop that growth either. So as much as this is a priority, for myself personally, if I had to pick one or the other, I'm going to say my vote will be with my division, but at the same time, my personal would be towards Nordig, because I think that we need to do something in the next year. So I would be willing to shuffle it 1 year down the road, so is what I'm telling you.
Okay, and Ms. Serhan, your light's been on for quite some time and I've been not purposely ignoring you.
No, not at all. Yeah, I just want to remind council that the projects that are before you, some of them are identified by staff, for example, bridges that require work, that might be a staff recommendation. But most of the projects are before you because council has asked for them. So if you decide to move one project out or stop a project, it's not really because staff recommended that project that it should move forward. It's a council recommendation and we follow council's wishes for capital projects. Operating are the service levels are a little different. Most of those are legislated and those are staff recommendations based on service levels that council has required in the past, but mostly because of legislation. So I just want to identify that. And the second thing is, this is the document that has each of the capital projects, the total amount, if it's coming from tax revenue, restricted surplus. And the other document, Alana, I'll just have you bring up that folder again for me. PDFs, the folder for PDFs. You see a restricted surplus summary there anywhere? No, let's go back to the folder. Okay, and let's just go back into that restricted surplus. Yeah, it's probably open. And then on the bottom, the surplus summary there. Yeah, so you can see, I think I passed out at the beginning of day one, the projected balance for December 31st, 2021 will be, the balances for those restricted surpluses that you have the ability to access. Now, some of them, of course, have projects identified further in the future. And if there's one, for example, the sewer, I know the sewer reserve, it's not showing it on here, but that restricted surplus fund has been identified for the regional sewer project. So if you, staff is very aware of which projects they are funding or recommending be funded, or that past councils has put funding away for specific projects. So they will let you know if there is a project that is allocated to be funded by a specific restricted surplus. But does everyone have a copy of that, or should I get another one run off? Oh, it's in the book. Okay, good. Page 2, yeah. So please reference that also.
I'm going to go to Councillor Northcott first. His light's been on for some time, and you're it.
It was just a little comment and just a similar thought to Councillor Ratcliffe. I'm assuming there was quite a few studies that have been completed on a lot of these projects, which I didn't get to read over, and I'm sure it would take me way too long to read all the studies and the the input that were on those studies. So I know there's very experienced staff on the administration side, and I probably will, and I know that you guys are here definitely so that we can lean on you guys today, but there was maybe a lot of studies that were completed that maybe we were not aware of on this side, so that was it.
And Councillor Melhoff, and then I'll have a shot of things, and then I'll come back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. At the risk of not knowing exactly how this works, Beaver Flats Road, we have $13 million of MSI to assign. The $7,400,000 that's here is coming from tax revenue. That would be part of our $25 million that we're trying to find, yes? So if we were to say, suggest that coming from MSI money, that would then actually bring down that $25 million number. How do I suggest that? Oh, okay.
Hey, we're seeing.
Have a discussion and say, is that a priority, and is that something you'd like to move forward to ensure that project moves forward in 2022? And if we have a consensus from council, then I will add that grant revenue into the spreadsheet, and your number will decrease.
Look at me understanding math.
Very good.
Trying to understand math. I would like to recommend that we transfer the $7,400,000, I don't know, all those numbers, into using it MSI. Thoughts?
Mr. Ratcliffe.
I'll answer the last question first. I'd like to see the bigger picture more before coming to a decision on that, but I think it's an excellent option to bring forward. The reason I originally pushed my button here was on the Nordig paving question, that I imagine that there's a reasonable amount of the cost is mobilization for the contractor. And that since we're going to be paving the road a few yards away from the services building parking lot, and knowing there's parts of that you'd struggle to push a wheelbarrow across, that it actually might cost more to defer that portion. Am I wrong? Do I misunderstand? Let's put it that way.
No, in regards to the parking lots, I believe the parking lots in Nordegg is tax funded as well as the quarry road. So there again, to help you guys define items that would make a difference in regards to what would attack that $26 million deficit that you're tasked with. The parking lots in Nordegg, I believe is tax funded, as well as the quarry road paving. Actually, I believe that may be paving reserve. There again, I guess in answering your question specifically, we are gonna be doing additional paving up in Nordegg. It could be deferred because we are going to be, if we move forward, if council decides to move forward with that next residential subdivision, that road, that interior road is gonna have to be paved as well. So
Eventually.
there again, there could be some, you know, at a future date, that could be done, and then that parking lot paving could be added onto that, or any other additional development we do in Nordegg. So there again, it's not a, if we're right there, it's a nice to have there, but if we're looking to, you know, save those dollars specifically, which, you know, we're tasked to do, it is an option.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And I'll go to Councillor Melhoff, and then I'll go start in some of my list of I'm not gonna say sacrificial lambs, but I'm gonna say some things that I think may have changed from the previous term, and what I'm anticipating a greater sense of cooperation regionally moving forward, and maybe some of those projects can be delayed slightly, and I'll introduce some of that after Councillor Melhoff's.
I just was wanting to know where everybody else sat on the MSI for Beaver Flats Road.
Councillor Graham.
I think it's a good option, definitely. I have a question as well for Mrs. Hurahan when she sits down again. I'll ask it after anyone else talks.
And Councillor Swanson.
I would like maybe if we could have a different column where we're saying these are projects that we're willing to postpone a year or like projection for 2023, but they could come back into 2022 once we've done the whole budget. So for my comfort level, I'm okay with putting Beaver Flats into 2023, and if that project still met our things and without using MSI, that large chunk of MSI, we could bring it back into 2022 once we've gone through that whole budget, if that works. And I don't know if we can do that, do the shuffling. So, could we put the Beaver Flat Road, instead of putting it through MSI, could we put it into 2023 for now?
Yep.
And then, after we get through the whole list of capital projects and where we're firm on things
Yep.
that we want to propose.
Sure.
We can move it back into 22 if we want at that particular point in
Yeah.
time.
You can just leave it like that. So put back the 7409, yeah, and then a minus in the 2023 of the same number.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll make a note on mine.
Okay, and as, can I, one supplement?
Yes.
In regards to the paving in Nordic, I guess when I see with the fact that the commercial properties will be done next year and with everything that's happening down at the Miners Cafe and Shell and everything else, and the quarry, and the quarry road base pave for there, I think that's a very good attractant to bring more people to want to come and buy the lots there. So to me, it's like almost a necessary thing to happen there in order to encourage the the aesthetics of the area. So I understand that we are gonna be, could be doing some more construction on phase 2 up there, but at the same time, it's encouraging for people to come out and want to, dig their boots and, you know, wanna encourage the aesthetics to it for people to buy.
Thank you for that, and I might just comment as well that I think last term, there was a lot of discussion around how we could create more momentum in Nordegg, and I think we put a lot of energies towards those possibilities, and maybe along with circumstances, we have created that momentum in Nordegg. We want that image to be very strong, that this is a community that's going somewhere. Ultimately, that logical progression of having the planning pieces in piece and taking those step by steps. We've seen revenues come into that community from that planning vision as well. So I think it is an investment, a long-term investment, of course, but I think it is, I really think we should help keep that momentum moving forward. And I'm going to go to Councillor Melhoff, and then I'll have a comment on the one of my areas of concerns.
Sounds good, thank you. With the grading projects line, there's no supplemental showing post that, so if we were to push Beaver Flats to next year, what would our grading projects line look like? Do you have any planned already for next year?
I believe we've identified, as a placeholder, Ochis was being held there. There again, that's placeholder at best. We'd have to have a really significant shift in a partnership for it actually to come across for as early as next year. Additional grading projects, there was nothing in the grading project category.
No.
Most of them other were base pave and paving projects. Councillor, or Ms. Saran actually just identified there is some a gas tax revenue there that also $1.2 million there that we haven't identified in as a funding source. Since I have the mic there for a minute too, there's also Quarry Road as well. So that is being funded from tax revenue in this document here. So that could be a funding source for the Quarry Road. Same with the paving of the Nordegg Public Services Building parking lot, that's funded from tax revenue. So it's tax revenue for Quarry Road, tax revenue for the Public Services Building. Those could be either funded through a combination of paving reserve and the gas tax that Ms. Rand there identified for us. As well as, I'm gonna throw it out there, was the River Road. The grading portion, we've always tend to, on any of our base pave projects, the grading is usually funded through tax revenue. Paving, we've identified through paving reserve. So it's still a base pave project in essence. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that the grading could be also funded through the paving reserve. We just have to watch that balance, of course, because it would be chewing that paving reserve down quite fast. But there is, again, just for the sake of you guys not being that familiar with how these reserves are and what those balances are, those are just some other options I'd like to throw out there.
Thank you.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is we're somewhat struggling on how to find some areas to chop some of that $25 million out of where we're at the deficit. So in my view, where I had flagged a few areas from that is things that perhaps were, okay, I'm gonna frame it this way. I sense a new era of greater regional participation, greater potential for there being regional solutions, not necessarily putting the solutions strictly on the county. So where I'm referring to right now, we were anticipating a regional waste or a localized wastewater solution for Leslieville. There was a fairly aggressive, or I'm not going to say aggressive, a very well thought of, but it was a somewhat expensive expensive project, and I will talk about the wastewater, sorry, I'm on the wrong page here, but the wastewater kidney project in Leslieville, as well as that was part of a greater concept of having a regional place to dump sewage, essentially. Since we're starting with a new page, I'm thinking that project, the beginning of that project could be delayed for a year. That frees up $2.32 million there if we delayed that by 1 year. I understand that the necessary repairs to our existing wastewater system is not within this particular thing. So delaying this by a year perhaps might give us the opportunity to ensure that our regional cooperations can be dealt with as well. And I'll let Mr. Magnus speak to that a bit. Oh, sure. Yep. Mr. Hagan.
Just to identify for council, certainly council can decide to defer that for a year if they wish. I'll just speak to the financial impact. That won't contribute towards resolving the out of balance issue because it's funded from restricted surplus. So can make the decision, but it won't contribute to the challenge today.
My thoughts were then, because we have some sewer restricted surplus, can some of those funds that would have been going to this particular project then be diverted back to those maintenance and upgrade projects to other aspects that haven't been identified as being restricted through or funded through restricted surplus?
That would contribute, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Did council kind of follow where I was going with that? Is that essentially if we defer this project for a year, we can redirect our sewers restricted surplus to fund, and there is quite a bit of work involved with related to the sewer mains and upgrades to lift stations and repair of those things that are in deficiency and could create an immediate need. I'm looking to see sorry about that. See who's next. I think Councillor Melhoff, and I will go back to you, Director Magnus.
Thank you. I just was curious how much we pay into dumping stations outside of our municipality. Like if we help fund other dumping stations in other parts of the municipality. Like, do we pay into the town's dumping stations?
Yes, we do. Actually, I'll let Rhonda speak to that in regards to the information submitted to us by the town in regards to asking for additional funding.
Yes, so the town is, we have contributed to the town wastewater system probably 2 or 3 times in the last 10 to 15 years. And the town currently has a project through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. They have a grant for upgrading that wastewater treatment plant that is belongs to the town. And I think the project as a whole is just over $24.5 million. The contribution from the town will be $6,805,000, and they're asking for $1,500,000 from Clearwater County.
Can I have some supplement?
Supplemental.
So would us upgrading this system to allow for dumping of vac trucks, et cetera, that are being sucked out in Withrow and all of those other places potentially, allow us to no longer need to put money towards that project?
That would be so just further to, and I'll answer your question there, Councillor Melhoff, is yes, the town their total project is just a little over 27 million. And in regards to putting a mechanical treatment system in place there, so it's a sequencing batch reactor, I won't go into any details in regards to that. And they were able to achieve 19 million, just a little over 19 million in regards to funding through both the province and the federal government, which puts a shortfall of just about 8 million. And last council, a motion was made to meet with their council in regards to moving forward in negotiations with the current agreement, because that agreement expires in October of 2023. So in those negotiations, it's of course to look at the agreement as a whole and modernizing the agreement. In addition to that is looking at our portion of the funding. Because we are not owners of that lagoon, that current 1.5 million that Rhonda referred to, that they're asking for, is based on a percentage of what they feel we contribute to the lagoon in terms of what comes in there, in terms of trucks outside of the town. And part of that negotiation is to come to a number, a percentage that's agreeable to both parties. And so that 1.5 million is operational, I believe. It's because we don't own it, it contributes to their operational aspect. That facility is to be completed by the end of 2023. So we haven't put that anywhere in our budget numbers. It would have had to have gone into our operational budget, the 1.5 million over 2 years here. And we're of the mindset, let them build it. And once we've been able to come together as two councils and putting that agreement together, hopefully at that time, they will come to a number that's acceptable to both councils in terms of the percentage of our contribution to that. Now, knowing this, as Reeve Lougheed said, we want to make it work, and the agreement will be such that that lagoon will still be open to county residents as well, and whoever else wants to use it in the Rocky Lagoon. And ours would be, ultimately, the Leslieville Lagoon needs to be upgraded, right? And this path forward here that's presented to you would allow the same abilities as the Rocky Lagoon. Vac trucks would be able to come in, so external hauling, it would definitely meet the needs of our entire community of Clearwater County. So there's another option available there. In addition to, as I pointed out yesterday, the ability to ultimately, in the future, if need be, tie in Withrow, Alhambra, and Condor as well. So.
Thank you.
Oh, one other note on that too is we are putting in applications for grant funding through the Water for Life for that facility as well, and the Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership Program. And the deadline for those applications is the end of February 2022. So we are currently working with the engineering firm in submitting the applications for that funding, both of them up to 75% of the cost of that facility. And hopefully that comes through, we'll see. But on that note too, you're talking about deferring. Definitely that can be a consideration to defer to, but as Director Hagan indicated, ultimately it doesn't have an effect on the bottom line because it comes from the reserves. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I know I might just say that Clearwater County has invested heavily in increasing the functionality of the regional wastewater system at Rocky Mountain House or Rocky Mountain House in order to allow that external dumping for our communities and keeping that option open. And I think in a spirit of cooperation, I think we can still commit to utilizing that investment and supporting that at some level going into the future and exploring other options as they need to do. And I think it's very prudent to look at potential granting opportunities for those systems that would be under our direct control as well. So I thank you for that. Ultimately, I do see an opportunity here for us to free a bit of money in the budget by reallocating those restricted surpluses to other sewer or wastewater related items, so. Councillor Graham, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Leslieville's in my division, so you can probably guess where I'm going with this. Director Magnus, the sewer, how many years do you think that's been pushed off in Leslieville? Because if it's grandfathered in, obviously we've needed one for quite some time.
It's been pushed off for as long as I've been here and maybe even longer here, at the very least 10 years, 15 years. Yeah, it's been pushed
So
off.
my fear is that we're just gonna keep pushing it till next year, then for lack of a better term, we're caught with our pants down and we lose a bunch of money because we have to fix it. Prices are just gonna keep going up, and it's also affecting communities like Withrow. It would be very beneficial for the residents of Withrow to have this to tie in, because I believe that's affecting is it the sewer that's affecting their water?
Yes.
Is that, so, I mean, for me, I would really like to see this done this year. I understand it is a large amount of money and it's an easy thing to push off, but I think if we just keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it, that's not fair to our residents and that's not gonna help us in the future. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you for that. That might spur a question for myself, but I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe first and then I'll ask some questions of staff.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Mr. Magnus, the grants that you're going to be applying for this project, is there a timeline on them? Are there any requirements of a state of readiness on our part to be able to get those grants? I guess my question centers around, if we put it off if we got those grants, could we still put this off, defer it one more year?
Typically, I don't think it would affect us if we delayed it 1 year in regards to, because there's already been work done on it. And we're to the point where we can go up to tender now. And there's final engineering to be completed on it. So we would, I guess just to summarize it, I don't think it would affect us if we were to delay it a year. I think we'd be okay.
Thank you for that. That helps support the comment I have on this. I like the suggestion from Reeve Lougheed on this for the reasons he gave, but also, I feel our whole area is on the edge of some exciting growth. And twinning of the highways, I think, could make properties in that area more attractive to other people. So I anticipate that when we get to our own strategic planning sessions, one of the things that's going to come out of that is an area structure plan that may change the requirements for that work. So for me, it's prudent to push that back that 1 year. Hopefully we get the grants and we could, proceed with that next year with a better definition of the target. Thank you.
So I guess my question first, trying to understand the wastewater kidney project, because we have a smaller investment in 2022, a much larger investment the year after. And maybe we didn't bear down on this much through our initial thing. The work that would be going in the first year does what? Is that preliminary engineering, some site work? Just maybe if you can outline that a little bit, and then also how that ties into a solution for Withrow, Alhambra. I understand that, of course, there would be a much larger investment in a pipeline and collection system within those hamlets as well. And I see that maybe is perhaps pushed off for a number of years in this, in the 10-year projections anyway. So I'm just trying to get a level of scope of the importance of doing this exactly now and the net effect to our communities in the immediacy. Quite often, we're faced with the idea of what's directly in front of us at this moment and balancing that budget for now, but keeping in mind where we need to be in a number of years. And is there a possibility to level the investment in over the 10-year period and kind of flatten these surges that we see once in a while? So, sorry, I keep my soapbox
No
very warm
apologies
here, but.
necessary, Reeve Lougheed. Yep, so why it's done over 2 years is to minimize disruption to the system itself. So currently, we just have a conventional lagoon system in place, and the facility itself will not in any way require any additional land, so it's all still gonna be on the site where the lagoon is. So, as I indicated earlier, it's built over 2 years because we wanna minimize the disruption. We don't want to shut down that lagoon. It still needs to function and do its job in place, so that's part of the reason why it's done over 2 years. So what we're looking at in terms of 22 and 23, so 2022 would be site prep earthworks. We'll look, the deep utilities would be taken care of, some of the structural requirements associated with that, some surface improvements, some electrical control instrumentation, so whatever the manufacturer is off-site will be taking care of some of that, all right? So then and then of course the engineering is associated with continuing to work with the various contractors and putting together the materials associated with that, the on-site work, and putting out, obviously the tender is involved in 2022 as well, so to do that and the supervision associated with that. And then in 2023 would be the remaining of the work, any remaining site work, earthworks, any remaining utilities, the process equipment would come on site, that'd be taken care of. Your buildings associated with the electrical and instrumentation, that would be put on site. Then they would deal with what we call the wetland materials. That's actually the large portion of it, okay? Because this site in of itself is going to be very, it's not your typical buildings. There's still going to be some buildings associated with it, but it's going to be minimal in the sense that it's set up much more like a wetlands, okay? And very innovative, and it's you're starting to see more of this innovative design throughout North America, and it's very popular in Europe. And then finally, the lagoon itself, and that's where that takes over the 2 years, because then they're gonna go into the lagoon and drain that lagoon that's currently in place, desludge it, and put a liner into that lagoon as well. So you can see why that needs to be done over 2 years, because eventually we have to drain that lagoon and to get the liner into it, and by doing that, we at least have the other portion of the facility up and running to accommodate that. So that's what we're looking at why it's done over 2 years.
Thank you for that, and I'm actually very excited by the project. Don't get me wrong, there's probably nobody here that's more excited by wastewater than you and me.
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
So,
Who knew we'd be excited about poop, eh?
I see the benefits of it. I'm just looking at the timing and the functionality and the down the road commitment it makes to creating that community functionality, which will have another price tag before we get to the ultimate goal that Councillor Graham was mentioning of having a solution for those other communities.
Now, the only other thing, just to, again, to keep in mind for council is if council so chooses to delay it a year, obviously anticipate increasing costs as well again, right? Because materials and supplies, that's not going down at all. So what you're seeing here, if we do delay it a year, in all likelihood, there'll be a percentage adjustment to account for that and contractor rates and so on.
Just one other question while we're kind of on it. You mentioned the concept of grandfathering. Typically, does the government offer some form of program when they eliminate that concept of grandfathering? Is there usually some form, or has it been our experience that there has been some form of parallel granting program to go along with increased standards or new standards that fall outside of grandfathering? I don't know if you know where I'm going with that.
Yeah, I do. I think through Condor, when we did Condor, and obviously that Condor Lagoon, just for council as well, was grandfathered as well. And there were some issues in regards to the lagoon itself that needed to be taken care of. So we went in there and we were very fortunate, and we got a substantial grant towards both the lift station and the lagoon itself. And that was mainly through the federal government. And I sometimes ask myself too if that might have been the case because it was grandfathered and we were in the wanting to upgrade it. And I do know that both the federal government and the provincial government do take that seriously in regards to wastewater. That's not something they want to fool around with in regards to either wastewater or water. So on that note, Reeve Lougheed, there's always that potential, definitely. And what I've found too is many times it just comes down to that wording in that application process as well, right? And we've worked very closely with our engineering firms, and I actually have a team back there as well, both Mrs. Kate Reglan and Caitlin Erickson, and they're both very good in terms of their communication style and trying to say the right things that contribute to us getting a grant.
That's exactly what I was wanting to highlight is I think you're being far too modest. I think your team has been excellent at being able to access grants for these kinds of things. And I have full confidence that we would be very well represented in any grant application for this added functionality. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Further discussion? Oh, Ms. Serhan.
Yes, so I just wanted to highlight a couple things that I've heard in the last few discussions and maybe pose some solutions. So the paving and asphalt overlay that's happening in Nordegg comes to about $1.221 million. And we do have a grant available that could fund that in the federal gas tax fund, and asphalt overlay is an excellent program for that. It's I don't understand the science behind it, but they like to use that grant for paving because of the environmental impact. So it's always approved if you do an asphalt overlay or a pave project with the federal gas tax fund. So I think that's something council could consider. And so that would take $1.2 million off that bottom line. And a couple of other things I just wanted to highlight. So the restricted surplus accounts, maybe the ones that you do have available to reallocate. One being the stabilization fund. It has been, or at least this council should have a discussion about where they would like to see the balance of that restricted surplus. It was brought into being because of the future of industry in the area being uncertain, and feeling that because Clearwater County relies so heavily on industry tax revenue streams that councils of the past did not want to see residential tax rates have to rise substantially in 1 year or another because of lack of industrial tax revenue. So past councils have wanted to keep that fund around about $10 million. At the end of 2021, it's projected to be at 11,348,000. So there is a bit of room in that fund to reallocate some of those dollars somewhere else, depending on where this council feels that fund should be, the balance of that fund should be. And the other one is the Public Works Capital Fund is at about $5 million for vehicles and equipment. And I think over the next several years, there's several $100,000 pieces of equipment coming out of there, but there is an opportunity to fund the $1 million worth of equipment in the 2022 budget out of that restricted surplus. And maybe I'll just leave it there for now and see where council wants to go.
And I guess I'll just comment perhaps around that tax stabilization account as well. I think the intent there was to level out any potential fluctuations over a period of time, several years, if we saw a downturn in the industry or we saw a change perhaps provincially where the province accessed more of that what we consider linear or machinery and equipment type tax and didn't choose to create an equalization program that was favorable to Clearwater County. So I think it was the ability to keep our service levels intact and move forward with the business of the county and allow some cushion in those years. Some people refer to it as rainy day, and I guess just you have to have the self-awareness of, are you in a rainy day? And how much do you want to draw those things down in order to meet the needs of today, balanced against the potential for a downside in the future? So just maybe a bit of a soapbox comment around that. Councillor Swanson.
I was just looking over our capital summary list here again and looking over some of the things, and thank you, Mr. Ann, in regards to that light vehicle, because I've had that highlighted as far as, I see the need that's been identified for replacements, and thank you that we can dive into that reserve to help fund that $1 million, so I'm looking at that. Leslieville Salt Storage Facility, I'm wondering if we can push that down the road until we get an area structure plan in place so that we can do that. So I'd maybe like to push that 1 year. The other one I would like to maybe push down the road, and it is coming from restricted reserves, and that is the Nordig Phase 2 Manufactured Home Park. I know it's coming out of restricted, but I would sooner see the Phase 2 of the homes be redone next year versus the mobile manufactured home until those tests come back from that, where the old lagoon used to be, so. And, of course, the other one I would maybe like to see postponed or taken off is the broadband farrier fiber to the home. And then the Nordig Cemetery, maybe push that down the road. It's not much, it's 60, but it doesn't need to be next year. Of course, we've been told there's 5 years left in the cemetery, so that there's no need, nobody's dying to get in there next year, so let's push it off. Yeah, exactly. And the last one I just looked at, and I just maybe want some, is the Leslieville Recreation Grounds. That was a plan for the 8 acres, I believe. Yeah, and again, I'm thinking maybe that should be pushed until we have the area structure plan.
Thank you for highlighting the importance, I think, of those area structure plans as we try to balance our budgets. It's nice to have those guiding statutory documents in place that we can follow. So I can't stress the importance of effort in that direction as well. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. The Leslieville Fire Training Center, we talked about that yesterday. And some of that revenue that was shown to be coming out of tax revenue, I think that they discussed that it needed to be adjusted to be coming out of restricted surplus. So that doesn't free up a lot of dollars, but that does free up some dollars. The Fire Training Center, it showed as coming 580,000 out of tax revenue.
Oh.
But there was, they discussed the shift that's actually has 400 of that coming out of restricted, not.
Yeah. On the summary document, it is correct, so.
Okay, sorry, I
Yeah.
was looking at the job summary.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, wait, sorry.
yeah. No, that's
Never mind.
good. That's great.
And Councillor Northcott, or Deputy Reeve Northcott.
No, I just wanted to say that I liked Councillor Swanson's comments there, and I agree with that, and I don't know where that would take us for our difference in the dollars that we still have to find there. So.
So I'm looking at the clock on the wall, but I'm gonna take I don't want to seem like I'm picking on Mr. Magnus, but I'm gonna make my comment and then we'll probably head towards a break. But ultimately, I look at the Public Works budget as being, it's one of our biggest expenditures, and I know we have priorities on a number of bridge replacements. Those are a sizable part of our budget, and I know they are priority list, but within that priority list, I hope there is maybe one of those that could be maybe the lower priority of the higher priorities and on that list. So I'll maybe leave that thought, or I'll let you speak to it now.
The simple answer to that is no. This is the list. Worst case scenario, you delay it and we close the road. As simple as that. And that's, I guess, is that something council wants to do?
I was presenting that faint hope.
Yeah, I know, and I totally respect that, and I'm just, as always, and I always will be honest, and I can't put it any other way, but no, this is the list, and I go back to CAO Reed's. Yeah, if Reeve Lougheed, believe you me, if there was a bridge structure that didn't need to be on that list, it wouldn't be on that list. We have those engineering reports come to us in the inspections, and it's, don't want to do anything with those, for sure.
Thank you for that. That's what I wanted to get full clarification on, and Mr. Reed, your lights went out, but I'll go across.
My only addition is, closing a road is an option. That's a change in service level. If you feel there's a road that isn't serving the need and it has a bridge in the middle of it, then this would be the time to say this road could be closed. Change in service level. We didn't offer that because we didn't see that, but maybe you in your travels do.
And I think for council's benefit, quite often bridges are where we use our MSI funding. Am I correct in that? It's one area that the province has said that's a fit. And then there is occasionally a granting process if there's something unusual. I'll let Mr. Magnus speak to that.
You read my mind. There's the possibility of grants. We every year, again, our team puts together those applications through the Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program grant. And that one really is going to go play the lotto. We've had other municipalities where they've put in applications galore and for a number of bridges and nothing. And we've been very fortunate over the last 3 years. If my memory serves me correctly, at the very least 80% of our bridges were, and I think some like 10 or so over the last 3 years, 10 or 12, where 8 of them were funded up to 75%. But that's you know, then the next year you could get nothing, absolutely nothing on it too. So it's, how they go about determining it, you know, we're still trying to figure that one out too.
Well, I might say, I think you're very modest again, that I think you have figured out how they do that, and I think your granting applications must be just what they're looking for, because my understanding is we have received a good share of our granting
Yeah,
for
we've-
those bridges.
We've been fortunate, yes.
Thank you. I see, unless I see any lights on at the moment, so I think this is a good time to take a 15-minute break. Back at 10:35. Well, welcome back, everyone, after our brief recess. So I guess where we're at now, I'm just going to make a comment that I hope that we gathered in our first hour or so that how difficult it is to balance a budget by cutting things. And that's not our only tool here. So hopefully we can focus on some of the other tools that Rhonda and Murray have outlined for us. And maybe just as a reminder, maybe I will get Murray or Rhonda to kind of just go back over those tools we do have to balance this budget. And I see that welcoming flashing red light over in Ms. Sirhan's cone of silence over there.
Yeah, that is what it feels like a little bit. Oh, that's good. First of all, I just want to take you to the bottom of that page as I was making changes. Sorry, Alana. So if we just go to the bottom of that page, Alana? Yeah. So I've made some adjustments as Councillor Swanson had mentioned, and I just wasn't sure which Leslieville projects she had identified as being, wanting to postpone. So I'm just gonna start there.
Okay. Yes, so the salt storage facility and the Leslieville Recreation Grounds. That was I would like to see that on hold until we get an area structure plan. For 100,000. It would be on the third page.
100,000?
100,000.
Okay, do you want me to identify them in 2023?
Yes. Please.
Okay. So I just want to bring your attention to what the bottom line is with the changes from Councillor Swanson. So, you know, you've, those few things that we talked about, sorry. In some ways, it seems difficult to get that bottom number to change, but in other ways, there's some large projects that you make one small change and that number changes quite a lot. So, Alana, can I get you to go right to the bottom of the total there? So right now, we're sitting at a deficit of 11,970,000. So that's quite a difference from where we started this morning, and it does take work and thanks. It does take work and discussion, but have no fear that we will get to zero today. So again, we'll go through the tools. Identify a restricted surplus account that can fund a capital project. So this tool is twofold. So removing a project that's already funded by restricted surplus does nothing for your bottom line, right? So you have to identify a project that's funded by tax revenue currently and assign a restricted surplus account to fund that project to change that bottom line number. Ensure the appropriate restricted surplus transfers are being annualized. In that list of files, Alana, can I just have you bring up, I put them all in this Teams group, so there's one called annual transfers. Yeah. Yeah. So again, oh, did it not transfer over very well?
You showed us yesterday.
Yeah, it's in this folder, yeah. Yep. Yeah, again, so these are being transferred from tax revenue into restricted surplus annually. So if you decide not to fund one of these, then that would change your bottom line number. Or if you add to these, this would increase the deficit. Increased tax revenue. Every 1% of tax rate increase adds about $480,000 to your tax revenue. Cancel or postpone capital projects. And again, sorry, Alana, back to the restricted surplus, the tally we've been, yeah. So if we go back up to the ones that I just adjusted for Councillor Swanson. Okay, so there, you see where we're postponing the Leslieville Salt and Storage Facility. It's adding funding back into 2022 because you're no longer funding that from tax revenue in 2022. But if you postpone it into 23, it's gonna require funding in 2023. And again, because of the election in 2022, it's not as important in fact, it's not a requirement of the MGA at all to balance 2023. However, especially in an election year, our priority is to balance 2022 and then get through some strategic planning sessions and figure out what this council's strategic direction is and work at this throughout 2023 so that when we get to budget for 2023, that we would have a better projection for the future years. Decreased service levels in operating. One of the ones that Director Magnus always alludes to is canceling the dust control program. So if you cancel that program, that's reducing the service level and you would free up around $1 million. It's hard to just cut $250,000 from one program because the programs, as you see them, that's what it costs to do them. So you would have to decide at what service level you want a program to be, and then staff would calculate what the cost of that service level would be. So that's a trickier way to affect your balancing. And again, assign capital grants to any of the projects that are, again, funded through tax revenue. If you decide to fund one that's already funded through restricted surplus, it won't change your bottom line. It could free up that restricted surplus to fund a different project in tax that's funded by tax revenue. Yeah, so I think that's all I have to say about those 6 tools. I'm not sure if we want to talk about the restricted surplus and accounts a little more.
I think there could be a benefit for that, because there is kind of a misunderstanding, I think, around restricted surplus and how it can be used, and actually how it's observed from other levels of government as well, and the public. Sure. Ultimately, some people view it as a bank account or a slush fund or a cushion. And sometimes the focus is that, well, you have all this money just sitting there doing nothing. We don't need to support you at a provincial status because you're not investing in your community with those funds you already have. So maybe a little bit of outline on that might be beneficial to council.
Can we just move one tab over, Alana, to the surplus summary to the left? And then go to the top there. We just need to see 2021 and 2022, really. Or 2022, yeah. Yeah, that's good. Just zoom in a little more so I can, and we'll start at the top there. So I will echo Reeve Lahid's comments. Usually when the provincial budget is tabled, I go through and see what effects it has on the municipality. And one of the items of note in the last couple years is the actual notation in their budget documents of the size of rural municipality restricted surplus accounts. And one of the differences between municipal and provincial funding options is that the province is allowed to run a deficit budget. They are allowed to say, we're gonna spend $6 billion more in 2021 than we receive in revenue. Municipalities are not allowed to do that. Municipalities need to have a funding source identified for all of their programs and projects. So the only way that a municipality can have some of these projects on the books is to have a restricted surplus account and fund it over several years or go into debt. And I guess that's the other thing that we haven't talked about at all is debt financing. This municipality has been quite fortunate that we have not had to use debt servicing to fund any of our projects. So when the province identifies that in their budget documents, it's a little bit foretelling, I think, to how they're thinking and maybe that they maybe don't quite understand what a restricted surplus account is for a municipality. So the more education we have on that, the better. So I'll just start at the top. Work in progress is a fund that as projects are started and either funded through usually tax revenue to get into this restricted surplus. We only want to charge the ratepayer once for that project, so we're not going to put that into the budget. We have to put the expenditure into the budget in the subsequent year if that project hasn't finished. But we identified the funding source as restricted surplus, and it comes out of a work in progress account so that we aren't funding that through tax revenue a second time. So anything that's identified in work in progress is a project that's already started and will finish. So in any given year, it never hits zero because there's always one project or 10 that don't get finished and carry forward just because of our construction season. But if the municipality ceased operations, that that account would be at zero when operations cease because those projects would be completed and no new ones would go in there. The county facilities restricted surplus is the surplus account that restricted surplus account that is going to fund facilities throughout the county. And the majority of this fund is the administration building that would house the county operations in its entirety. As earlier I stated, the stabilization fund is a way to balance the industry tax revenue stream versus the residential tax revenue stream. So because our county relies heavily on industrial tax revenue, if the government decided, like it did last year, no new taxes on any new construction for linear properties. They said that they give that mandate last year for 3 years. So we have no recourse. We cannot charge tax revenue on any of the new builds on the linear properties for the next 3 years in Clearwater County, and we have no control over that. So those are the types of things that would be funded through that. Or if industry had a really, poor year and weren't able to pay their taxes for 1 year, that would devastate the residential tax rate for the next year. So that's to kind of stabilize that bump if that were to happen. Again, the Nordegg development restricted surplus, sometimes in a positive, sometimes in a negative, just due to the amount of development versus lot sales that are happening in that community. The Rec School and Municipal Reserve Fund is a fund that is mandated through the MGA, and developers can pay a fee instead of designating municipal reserve land for recreation within their development. And then the municipality pools that money, and once there is substantial money in there to build a recreation, community-funded recreation facility or even just a park or something. So it's to ensure that there are green spaces and recreation spaces within communities, and that's mandated through the Municipal Government Act.
I might have a question around that one. That one has stayed relatively static, has it not? And it doesn't really change year to year very much? Is it kind of an unaccessed?
Well,
Fund?
no, that's not, development has kind of ceased over the last few years, so there hasn't been any funds going into that account, except for, we utilize that account to put aside some funds for the school, construction that was happening in the corridor. And, we have accessed those funds when we have, done upgrades to the Caroline, hub, facility. That was gradually increasing that restricted surplus, and then when an opportunity presented itself for a recreation facility, we used those funds for that.
So I guess would that be an appropriate funding stream then for things like playgrounds
Yes.
and recreation developments? So,
Yep.
okay.
And I don't remember what the total was that was finally agreed on for the corridor schools. We were gonna match the Friends of the Corridor.
I believe, my understanding it was at $1 million, but I could be
I think
speaking out of turn.
at one of the motions was that there was a maximum of 200,000, or do you remember, Director Hagan? Okay, I'll get somebody to pull that motion. Because the funding agency or the community group that was doing the fundraising weren't as successful as they had hoped they would be, right?
Yeah, as I recall, there was a cap. I believe it was
Yeah.
somewhat higher, but
I think
I'd
we
have to
did have a
understand.
cap originally of $1 million, and then they weren't as successful
Right,
as
and-
they wanted to be,
And I
but,
think
yeah.
that one may have some
yeah, that one may have some
opportunity in the
room.
future to have some discussions on how council feels about that.
Yeah,
And the circumstances, of course, that were happening around fundraising activities
Yes.
through a period
During
of COVID,
COVID,
so.
yes.
And also with an industry downturn, so.
correct.
Counselor
Thank
Melhoff.
you. Is there a playground scheduled for the Condor Elementary School? Like, are they building in one with them building that school?
I'll defer to Mr. Martinson, I think.
So in Condor, because it's an elementary school, the government of Alberta and Wild Rose School will have the ability to get funding for a playground, and they'll design a playground. And it's a complex model, but it associates with the size of the school, and of course, being an elementary school, that is an amenity that's needed. But Leslieville will not, because that is the high school now. So to answer the question, yes, the school project will include a playground.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Supplementary. please.
Do we have an opportunity then as the municipality to look at, for lack of a better word, bumping up that school or bumping up that playground using some of the municipal reserves that would be a part of that fund there? So we can, instead of doing a tiny playground somewhere in the hamlet, can we look at joining forces with them and building a bigger playground in one location like the school?
Sorry, are we still talking about Condor?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure. That's not something that we've considered to date. You know, for now, up until now, our focus has been on the Leslieville playground, because
Because they
there
don't
would not
have
be
one.
one there.
Yeah.
And we did have that design and consultation in for 2022. It's sort of been potentially shifted to 2023, so that would mean we would have a year lag between the school opening and having any kind of sports fields or playground sort of thing for Leslieville. But we could ask, right now tenders are out and, you know, things of that nature, so it might be a little late to be trying to change anything on the condor design and build, but it's certainly something we could ask. Whether they have the footprint there for something any bigger would be another story, and it would be my understanding that Alberta Education wouldn't fund outside of their property. It would have to be built on their property. We couldn't say, well, we got some more MR land in Condor, we could do it there. It would have to be a part of the school, because they're not obviously having the kids leave the school property. So without sort of knowing that answer, it could be possible, but it might be unlikely just due to time restrictions.
But the $100,000 for Leslieville can come out of that fund.
It could. That is a funding option. I mean, typically, those are the types of projects that that are kind of thought of when that reserve gets funded through, you know, development or council contributions. So that is an option council could consider, definitely.
Thank you.
And I might just add as a bit of a hint around the condo area, of course, there's a number of functionality, playground issues, community facilities, skating rinks, ball diamonds, those kinds of things that are affected by the new school. So I would anticipate in the future there might be a community ask for support along the lines of replacing some of those community-driven facilities in the future. And then there'll be a process in order to debate that as well. So. Go ahead, please.
So the next one is the North Saskatchewan River Park, and because that project got bumped, that was for the intersection upgrade that we were anticipating as a community. We thought it was further in the future, so the funding source wasn't identified because the project wasn't identified. So there will be some work through 2021, likely to clear out that restricted surplus. Or any residual could go to that River Road grading project. Sure. Broadband, of course, pretty self-explanatory. The airport restricted surplus was funds put away when the idea of a terminal building was talked about. Fire facilities, fire training, and fire apparatus are restricted surplus accounts that are funded annually to maintain the life cycle of those, that infrastructure. Emergency funding, we have a policy in place that says we would strive to have $2 million in a restricted surplus for any disaster that might happen within Clearwater County that funds would be required immediately. So that restricted surplus has been accessed in the past, and what happens is then if we used $1 million of it, we would, in the past we've funded that at $100,000 per year till it gets back up to $2 million, and then Clearwater County stops funding that. Fire headquarters reserve is being phased out. The vehicles and equipment reserve, again, this is one that was for fleet management, for public works. And at one time, there was funding going in there for the public works shop solution. And so there's probably some funds that can be accessed in that one. Mr. Magnus maybe has more that he can talk about that one.
Yeah, so Rhonda's absolutely correct, and why the funding is continuing is obviously every few years we do have rather large equipment purchases such as a replacement grader or a packer, and these are usually big ticket items. So to offset that, that's why we continue to contribute to that reserve and utilize that reserve in that manner to minimize the impact in terms of tax revenue when these larger equipments do come online for replacement.
Public Works Capital Reserve is or restricted surplus is the funding that's going in there is for the industrial development. Public Works paving, restricted surplus that identifies any new paving, and in some cases asphalt overlay comes out of that restricted surplus. And even though it seems like a large balance, it's down to 1.2 million by December 2024 because of the paving projects that are scheduled. Public Works gravel and Public Works gravel reclamation are two different restricted surplus that are at either end of the continuum for the gravel or granular resource management. So the gravel restricted surplus is to purchase land in strategic locations to have gravel within Clearwater County. The policy states for a 100-year supply. So there are areas of the county that are well supplied with gravel, but there are areas that are not. So so the gravel needs to be hauled from significant distance to have gravel in those locations in the county. The gravel reclamation restricted surplus is to fund the outstanding liability that that the county would have if all of the gravel pits were reclaimed today.
So I guess I would have a question around the gravel, basically the gravel reserve accounts. The one is basically to have a fund there that allows us to purchase and develop the gravel pit. Our real reserve is actually in the gravel itself. No, so this is really something to allow us to continue purchasing or developing to meet that need of the 100-year supply. So what, I guess, what parts of our budget can we draw that one? I'm trying to think of a pathway to use that, a fairly substantial fund, and we already have the reserve itself in the 100-year supply of gravel. I'm just trying to understand why we need to keep quite that much money in reserve for a development
Well,
reserve.
I'll maybe begin with, and then I'll let Director Magnus chime in, but gravel properties are very expensive. If you buy a quarter section that has gravel resources on it, you will find you're paying significantly more than market value of a bare quarter. And even though we had reached the 100-year gravel supply, like I said, they are not in strategic areas. There are some strategic areas within Clearwater County that are quite a distance from our gravel resources at the current time, but I'll let.
Rhonda's, Sirhan is absolutely correct, and I can just expand on that a little bit. The key point here too is the strategic locations. And where we're seeing a shortfall is towards the eastern portion and northeastern portion of our municipality. And in terms of purchasing any piece of land, and we continue to look in that area, and we're fortunate too in that individuals have come to us, have come forward over the last couple of years saying, because they see too that once you find a quarter piece of land that may have the potential for a good aggregate source, they are not cheap. For example, the last one we purchased, this to the west of us here, we call the Smith Pit. That quarter section was 1.5 million to purchase that piece of land. So, any residents that feel that they have a substantial resource there in regards to aggregates, and as I said, we've been fortunate, a few have come to our attention, which we'll be exploring. And if indeed that is the case, where it has a substantial amount in terms of good aggregate, that what you see up there is to help in the purchasing of these pieces of land, thereby still fulfilling the mandate as per the 2015 to 2018 strategic plan put forward by our previous council, that we continue to maintain a 100-year supply and reserves in regards to if we were to stop right now and not look for any more pits and just utilize what we have with the pits on hand, that it would give us 100 years if we were to deplete every pit. And so anyways, yeah, it's very expensive. And our goal is to continue to try to find some of those resources, hopefully in the northeastern portion of our county. And because it is expensive. When we want to take care of those roads in terms of maintenance, it's quite a distance to travel in regards to utilizing some of our pits to get to that area. So that's where that money comes into play, is to purchase those private pieces of land that have been identified and the residents are willing to sell it.
So I thank you very much for that explanation. My next question is there anything within this year's budget that is unfunded that could be funded through that particular stream?
No.
No, okay, I just
The-
wanted to make sure that where the fences were
Yeah.
on that particular restricted surplus.
Yeah. I mean, you're always able to allocate some of it to a different restricted surplus if council desires. I would caution that. And not to go too deep into an accounting lesson, but so restricted surplus is the equity that you have in your organization. So to equal that to your personal finances, when you own your house and your house is worth $500,000 and your mortgage is $250,000, you have $250,000 worth of equity. So this is in essence the equity. And the difference is that most of the equity in Clearwater County is backed through cash. But we do have significant gravel inventories. So the portions of the gravel inventory that we do have in stock are funded in essence through the cash that would, if we didn't have any, we would have, $4.7 million worth of, or $4.4 million worth of cash to purchase gravel, but we already have significant gravel inventories that, you would have to sell that to access the cash for the gravel. And maybe one other note that I might put in perspective, we use about 210,000 ton of gravel a year. So if you don't plan for the future, it wouldn't take long till we were, using the significant inventories that we do have on hand. And the reclamation is different. It's the liability that Clearwater County has for reclaiming all of the pits that are currently open and being excavated.
And thank you for that explanation. The only reason I'm trying to explain my spotlight a little bit when it comes to budget lines that say somewhat static without a need, and I understand the reclamation one is gonna stay static across the line until we actually have a project that draws that down, but we're prepared for that.
Correct.
The gravel one, I see, is it an appropriate amount to have in there to carry forward? Might be up for some discussion if we have to find an additional funding source, so.
Continuing on the resource roads account, sitting at 5 million, again, in anticipation of a resource road that has been identified. The sewer restricted surplus is in anticipation of a regional system. Leslieville Sewer is the funds that are being gathered, revenues above expenses for the operations of that system. We put it into a restricted surplus, so when Leslieville is, the capital projects are upgraded there, we will be accessing those funds in 2022. Core infrastructure was put aside for some core infrastructure that we may be responsible for in the coming future. I don't know how much we want to talk about that. Bridge infrastructure is the outstanding bridges that we do total reconstruct on. This isn't the maintenance of any of those bridges. This is a reconstruct, restricted surplus, and over the next several years, Public Works is accessing those funds for their bridge program in its entirety. GIS is the restricted surplus for the mapping, and again, we talked about that changing likely in the next year or two. West Country Roads is the infrastructure that industry mostly utilizes and is being utilized increasingly more for recreation. 300,000 goes into that restricted surplus every year, and when there is enough in that restricted surplus, then the infrastructure department identifies the road most requiring to being rebuilt. The ASB restricted surplus is a fund that was put into over time in hopes of an ag rec facility, and again, that's still maybe in the future. There's $100,000 in SAR equipment restricted surplus. Probably that could be talked about. And then the last three are Clearwater County's portion of what was kept in restricted surplus when we had a regional waste authority. Over the next year, we will be dissolving that company and moving those into Clearwater County's restricted surplus as a whole and not identifying them separately, and council will play a part in identifying where those restricted surplus dollars should go.
So again, a question on that one, is that a fund we can access to find something that is or fund something that is unfunded at this moment? Or funded through tax dollars at this moment?
Do you have any solid waste assets? Yeah, it does look like there is a few solid waste assets, but.
Yeah, right now, any vehicles or equipment we have is under the fleet and equipment now under Public Works as a whole. And the capital projects for this year is we do have one with the landfill in regards to mitigating and upgrading the industrial cell and to offset potential leachate concerns. So it can be definitely utilized in regards to that. And then, of course, moving forward, we will need to account for the cell number 3 development, which is in approximately 6 to 7 years from now as well. So we'll have to account for that we'll need to build another cell. And then what may come of the study moving forward, any additional capital associated with that solid waste and recycling management plan study. So we'll have to bear that out and see what comes of that. So we may be able to use some of that towards that capital infrastructure as well.
Thank you for that. One other question, seeing no other ones from our own council, is somewhat interested in the fences around the West Country roads surplus. what things can that be done? Can that go as far as to support culvert, bridge type replacements, fish type projects that were partially funded through grants but need an additional part? I'm just not sure whether West Country roads would fit in that and what kinds of things it could fit. Mr. Hanson.
West Country roads is typically associated with road grading projects, not miscellaneous type of maintenance items. They're associated, I think, what you've indicated so far. We have projected a project a couple years down in the
Yes,
timeline.
I see that.
There again, we will be evaluating any other use for some other West Country roads as well, but they're typically associated with road grading projects.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'm still learning all this, but I'm just looking in the restricted surplus detail that there are two carry forwards, the wastewater kidney and the capital equipment that total 550,000 or so. And can we use, because we have deferred the wastewater kidney, depending on grants, can we reuse those funds for any of this? And like the capital equipment, can we use that for some of the equipment that has been identified by ag?
Yeah, any funds that are going into the work in process restricted surplus, if you're canceling that project or not going to do it because of you're waiting for a grant, yes, those funds could be utilized for a different project.
So we could move some of the AGR capital items that are listed under tax revenue and cover that from the previous capital equipment surplus?
If those projects aren't going forward, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Swanson, please.
Could I see that list of the recreation from the town of Rocky Mountain House that
Oh, yes.
identified the projects again, please?
Yes.
Was going through some of that, their capital projects planned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. These are the capital projects that the town has asked that be funded.
So
Like
in
Clearwater.
regards to the lighting of the soccer field, the history on that has been, as Mr. Martinson identified yesterday, was should the football team get their grant, we would have the matching funds. And so I'm still okay with having those funds available at a particular point in time if they're successful with their grant. That would be the only condition for me. If they're successful with their grant, they can have the $62,500 matching dollars. That for me would be, I'm okay with that. The QL header replacement, I have looked through my notes. I did not see that at the last couple rec board meetings. I have no idea what that one is. And so I guess that's why I'm bringing it back up. If you've got any information on that one? None? Okay. So that one is a big question mark then for me, pending further thing. I would like to take that one right out. And then as far as the North Saskatchewan infield, to me, that is pending the rec board agreement modernization there. And that is, should we decide that once that agreement has been redone and we have identified those either in or out of the agreement, along with, and I So to me, it's like those are off until the agreement is been renegotiated.
Counselor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. In addition to that, both the North Saskatchewan River Parks, both of the VIP stand and the dirt upgrades, I feel that they should be put on hold until the town finalizes their agreements with the Rocky Rodeo Association, before we are wanting to fund those programs. I'm not saying we won't, I'm saying I'd really like them to sort out that piece before we get into the middle of it. Do you have something to add?
If I may.
Mr. Martinson.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. That is absolutely kind of within council's purview and may be a beneficial strategy as far as keeping the cart in front of the horse. I did want to point out, just because of sort of late information and things, even though the NSRP infield dirt and the lighting of the soccer field are not identified in your work in progress restricted surplus, they will be when we do the final touches here, because those were projects that were identified in last year's budget, were funded, funding was approved, projects didn't move forward for whatever reason, COVID or any other reason, and so it doesn't mean that you can't still put them on hold. But what it does mean for the exercise of balancing that doing so won't affect your bottom line, but that doesn't mean that it's still not a choice you can make to do that, or that it's not a prudent choice with what is mentioned that's inevitably coming down the pipe. But I did want to just clarify that, just so everybody was aware of the bottom line implications of making that choice, but certainly that you knew that you could.
Supplementary?
For lack of I liked the way that CEO Reed brought it up yesterday, that we may look at quote unquote approving those, but not writing the check until that's been settled. I liked the way that you phrased that, so we're not saying no, just not necessarily yet. And I think for Councillor Swanson, I think that the QL header replacement is a piece of equipment that is used on the quick lane ice surface. If I was to get, because they have the quick lane ice versus the bunch ice, I think that that's for the quick lane ice surface, I think.
Sure. Thank you for that. In my mind, I was thinking, are some of these items better approached as a maintenance or more operational thing as a capital, than as a capital thing? That was the only thing I was thinking of, whether it's filters or whether it's this header upgrade or whatever. Not knowing what those are, we want to make sure that we separate the idea of capital expenditures and operational supports. Anyways. Mr. Hanson.
The only thing I would also offer up, the North Saskatchewan River Park project, as Mr. Rand alluded to, was completed, the intersection was completed this year. That was a 1/3 cost share between the province, the town, and Clearwater County. So our portion is going to be approximately, for not having the numbers exactly in front of me, about $350,000 on our portion. So that would leave the balance of that intersection, or that NSRP money left, the reserve. So as you're going through, some of these highlighted ones that are specific for NSRP, I think that's very appropriate that those could come funded from those reserves. If they're not funded already, which, Director Matt had alluded to, that's new. Anyway, so if there's not funded, that could be definitely an avenue, or there again, back to the River Road. We know that a large driving force of us upgrading that portion of the River Road is due to the North Saskatchewan River Park and the associated traffic. So that balance of that reserve could be, funded for that road, and then that would actually zero out that reserve.
Councillor Swanson.
Actually, to tag on to that thought process, I was thinking of the extra trail development that we were talking about earlier for River Road would come from that reserve in regards to that addition, so, but yes.
Yeah, I might just comment, that's a great way to see that money getting out and being used by the community as well, so. Councillor Graham.
the cost for that trail is included in the grading, right? Did we talk about that yesterday? You threw that in there now?
Yeah, and the trail cost added on to a large construction project like that would be minimal.
Yeah.
It's a, unless council has a different idea of what the trail standard will be, but it'll be similar to what's extended beyond the West End Husky property, which is just a gravel trail. So the right of ways there, it would be a very small portion of that larger grading project. The idea was that we would just add that into as part of the larger project.
So we could just put those funds to the grading then?
That would,
And that will
if
cover
I'm gonna
that
make a
for there.
recommendation, you would just use the balance of that NSRP fund and put that toward the grading project for the River Road grading.
Counselor Swanson.
All right, as suggested earlier, I was reminded, and it was, I have written down, it was about dust suppression. And when we were talking about it yesterday or the day before in regards to operations and how if we stop the SB 90 program, there still is until those warranties are up, we still are on the hook for that particular maintenance and upgrades. So, but we did identify that we do subsidize, with the costs of that particular program. So I guess I'm wanting to know from this council, do we just stop the SDB 90 and carry forward warranties until they're expired? Or do we up our dollars or minimize the dollars we contribute and make it at the full ownership cost on the resident? What are other council's thoughts on that one?
I think Councillor Graham's light was on first, and then I'll come to Councillor Northcott.
I would definitely be okay with the residents receiving it, paying a little more for it. I think that if we cut it right out, that's gonna cause a really big headache for administration because people love their dust control, but I would be definitely for charging more to the residents who are benefiting most from it, personally.
I would like to see the program stay the way it is. A lot of people enjoyed it. It does add a better quality of life. It's actually safety for school bus stops and stuff like that at the end of the people's driveways. I think it's an excellent program. I think a lot of people that I've talked to have liked it and stuff, so I'd like to see the program, that one stay the way it is.
And Councillor Melhoff.
And not to against you at all, but how do we justify who's benefiting from it? We don't take tolls on the roads, we don't know who's driving on the roads. I would argue that everybody driving on any road is benefiting from the dust control that person has also helped put on that road. Like, I don't know how we're keeping track of who's driving on, back to the community purse idea, right? Like if we upgrade this chunk of road, but everybody from anywhere could benefit from that one chunk. We just happen to have residents that are also helping to pay for that, just as a thought.
And Mr. Magnus.
If I may, just to assist in this conversation, I'll put forward some suggestions in regards to that program. You can look at potentially eliminating SB 90, and I know Councillor Graham indicated in terms of the work on administration. Actually, in and of itself, it's not huge in regards to if we were to eliminate that SB 90. So to give you a number, we did run the numbers in regards to this program. That would put an immediate savings of 200,000 that we would not need to utilize or put into the dust suppression program. So there's 200,000 right there by eliminating the SB 90. Councillor Swanson's absolutely correct. There's still that warranty portion. So those SB 90 ones that we laid out this year and in prior years, running the numbers again. So over the next 3 years, once to account for managing those residents that are still on the warranty program. So over 3 years, that would eventually bring it down another 200,000. So in essence, in 3 years from now, so 2024, the program in of itself, you would see a savings of 400,000, but 200,000 initially into 2024 through 2022. And in addition to that, there is still the magnesium chloride, and so that would still be an option for residents to purchase. And secondly, we would continue with the high maintenance areas as well. So that would not be eliminated and would help mitigate some of the concerns that residents may see in regards to dust.
I'm gonna go to Councillor Graham and then I'll come back to Councillor North.
Okay, I'm just curious, if we were to take that out, would we be taking away any full-time working positions within the organization?
No, actually, it would be it would actually help the organization in of itself, because it is very time consuming, and many times it does take us away from other priorities, i.e. working with our surface roads. We run a very tight ship, and our resources in terms of personnel is stretched very thin over our window of opportunity between May and the end of October, November. And on numerous occasions, yes, when issues arise in regards to any of our dust suppression applications or the program itself, there's a fine line in terms of utilizing our personnel in such a way that we continue to meet the service level that is put forward and mandated by council. So, no, it would not eliminate any positions.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
I'm hoping this will, let's see, what the word, support the program for dust control. And my question would be, how many dust control complaints did we have last year?
Oh, to my knowledge,
So I'm just looking,
They're really not that-
comment supports this program.
they're really not that many, maybe half a dozen at most that we get.
For dust control, like for complaints of dust?
Yeah, or complaints of dust?
Dust on the road.
Dust itself?
Yeah,
Yes.
how many complaints?
I'd have to go back and look at our work orders just with that particular subject matter in mind. I'd have to go back and look at our records, Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Okay, I'm just hoping that maybe that would support the dust control program.
You know, and I'll say this, our residents make a choice. They live on a gravel road, and dust that's part of living on a gravel road, right? And I will point out that there are many municipalities, and our team is more than happy to bring forward as an agenda item in the new year and give you some data and background. We've done this in the past with previous council in regards to the entire dust suppression program, what other municipalities do and so on. And there are many municipalities that just outright just stay with the magnesium chloride or don't even have a dust suppression program, and it's the responsibility of the ratepayers to reach out to contractors to supply that dust suppression and so on, and then you just let the municipality's office know where it is and so on, you know. It is, at the very least, it is a touchy subject, definitely, you know, one that many municipalities continually are challenged with. We're not the only one. It's a continual conversation piece anytime we deal with our colleagues, both Eric and I, when we're at Alberta Municipal Supervisors Association. That's a very common subject matter, but yeah.
Right, and I guess that is true. People do decide to live on gravel roads and stuff like that, but there are also developments that happen through the county and more acreages and stuff that you have there. That additional traffic may not have been there originally when you initially decided to live on that gravel road, but with development of acreages and stuff like that, it does add to the dust in the community, so.
And you're absolutely right, and something we do is that money is in there in the dust suppression program for the high maintenance areas, and if that is a concern and we identify it, then that goes into our books that, you know, we'll lay down the magnesium chloride to help offset that.
Okay, no, just, thanks.
So I would have a question, kind of related, I think. I know part of our program requires a commitment by somebody that's requesting that service to make that commitment fairly early in the year, before perhaps dust is even on their playbook. It has to be committed to, understanding that there's a lot of work that goes into the one product that goes on. The SB 90, I believe, requires planning and a work plan and equipment moves. And my understanding of the magnesium chloride is it's much more flexible that way. It doesn't require as much preparation. What I'm trying to get at is if we removed one product from the dust control plan, would we be able to be more responsive and flexible with application times and call for service perhaps with an alternative dust control? So would we be able to, when somebody calls up and says, gee, the dust is really bad this year, it's never been this bad before, people are driving too fast, is there anything you can do about it? And say, well, yeah, next year, put your name on the list. Would there be an opportunity for, I mean, I know this is one of the things we do is look at changing the service level, but would it be possible to have a more responsive system with a narrower range of options for our citizens, but something that would be responsive when they see a dust problem or are experiencing a dust problem?
Sure. So part of the reason we have that associated timeline where we would like all applications put forward, whether it be SP90 or magnesium chloride, with the deadline of being May 31st, is that it allows us to determine the quantity that we need to order, including the high maintenance areas. That then allows us to get that pricing. We get a very good pricing on a per liter basis. And we do throw a bit of a buffer in there as well, so that we can have that optimal pricing per liter. After that point in time, is there still a guarantee of us getting that pricing? That's hard to say, okay? And so we may be seeing some more a cost per liter after the fact. But what our team does is we do try to account for the one-offs that may occur. And knowing if this is the direction council goes, obviously the first thing we'll need to do is we'll bring back the policy to amend the policy that SB 90 is no longer offered, right? And that it'll be strictly magnesium chloride. And then what we'll do too is that we'll, in all likelihood, put in a little bit more of a buffer that allows us to still have that pricing, and should there be additional one-offs that come throughout the summer, and that way we can still utilize the good pricing. So definitely there is flexibility on our part to allow us to continue to keep a level of service and economically still have good pricing associated with it. Yes.
Okay, that's actually very exciting to me, and that would give the opportunity for kind of people that can plan ahead to participate in that program, give you some ability to purchase the materials you need at an expected price, leaving a bit of buffer for some of those people that might be first come, first serve with what's left over. Would that be in the realm of possibilities with a service level change there, or a different policy?
Yeah, definitely. And it is again, it comes down to supply too, in terms of the organization that may supply that material for us. And as long as the supply is there, then like I said, we'll put in a bit of a buffer into the program itself to allow, after the fact, should individuals come forward, or we need to apply some additional on a certain roadway due to, as Councillor Northcott pointed out, Deputy Northcott, areas that may, due to development of heavy truck traffic or whatever the case may be, as a high maintenance area, that we can get in there and put some of that product down.
Okay, and I have 3 lights at least on. I'm gonna go with Councillor Ratcliffe first.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have a number of questions around this topic. I like the suggestion from Reeve Lougheed that we could have the ability to be more responsive, where someone calling in July for an issue, instead of being told, okay, we'll put you on the list for next year, could be told, if it doesn't rain week after next, we can do that for you. I guess I have a few questions, maybe more statistical, around the number of requests we do get per year for dust control, before and after the deadline. There was also a suggestion that we change the ratio of how much the resident pays compared to the amount funded by taxes. It sounded from what you mentioned of cost that would not be really significant have a significant impact on the budget. Sorry, I'm asking too many things at once.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor Radcliffe, what's your first question?
It was around statistically, how many, what's the volume of requests per year for dust control?
Volume-wise, I don't have that number directly, but in terms of this, for SB 90, I think we had something along the lines of, I think it was 50, just give me a second here. I'm trying to recollect as to how many applications we had. I can only speculate, I think it was around 50 possibly, SB 90s this year. Yeah, 50 applications put forward.
So that, would we consider that a moderate
That's
number?
typically the average of what we see, yeah. Some years are less. It's difficult. We've had anywhere from low 30s to 70 applications. Yeah, it's dependent upon the year.
The year, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, do those people have the option to choose which product is used?
Yes, yeah.
How is that, what's that ratio like?
Again, we had years where there was more magnesium chloride asked for than SB 90, and then other years where it's the other way around. It's difficult to determine. Every year is different.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
And Mr. Hanson.
So I remember us touching on this during the last strategic planning session, and I think the conversation is really valid and it has been beneficial, but if I could caution this council there, when you're looking at a service level adjustment, you know, today's the numbers day. This isn't a strategic planning session in regards to individual projects. I would highly recommend that you park this one and put it into a strategic planning session. You bring back the policy so everybody's familiar what the current policy is, and then give that chance, you'll give a chance to talk to your constituents, because there is a large boisterous bunch that has opinions about dust control, and I would hate to see today have yourself put at a disadvantage saying, you know, I wish I had more information, more time to digest the impacts of doing a service level adjustment today. So it sounds like it's one of your higher priorities for to revisit maybe in the future. I say I would just caution you, change that level of service today without going through another strategic planning session and looking at the policy specifically.
And just so I can refresh what you had said earlier on, the cost savings by eliminating that, you estimated, was it $200,000?
If you were to remove it immediately as of 2023, yeah, you could bring that down by 200,000.
And that included probably some capital equipment as well, or schedule to, because I mean, there are specific things such as perhaps packers or equipment that would only be identified or partially used for that?
Eventually, over time, yeah, there would be at the very least one piece of equipment, then that would go to auction that was used for SB 90, yeah. The other, in terms of packers and so on, they're utilized elsewhere.
Okay.
But that one piece would definitely, over time, would be then no longer needed.
And Councillor Swanson?
So I apologize that I started this ball rolling, but I wanted to get a feel for where everybody was at, because I was gonna say, if we are gonna look at doing this, yes, bring it back to strategic plan, and we do have to give proper notification to our residents that we are eliminating that service because they've expected it for a very long time. So, great advice, I'm all for bringing this back to strategic plan and discussing it further. Thank you.
Great comment. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I think it was a valid proposal, Councillor Swanson. Thank you for bringing that up. I think that Director Hansen's suggestion is appropriate. I'm wondering what our current score is for adjustments where there is kind of consensus around the table of how much progress we've made.
Yep, the spreadsheet for the restricted surplus, Solana? Yeah, on Teams. And go to the budget roll-up. Yeah, I'm having trouble scrolling on it, but, yeah, so, currently there's a deficit of 11,333,398.
Does that include using the carry forward funds?
The 113,000?
Well, and yes, and the 430.
Which well, the capital equipment project is still going forward as far as I've heard.
Okay, so this is not a carry forward in the
Yes.
surplus?
It's a carry forward of equipment that was not purchased in 2021 and is still being purchased in 2022.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood the purpose.
The 113,500 could be reallocated if I'm hearing the consensus of the regional wastewater kidney being postponed or canceled. Alana, can we scroll up and I'll just show what the, that's as far as I can scroll up, so I don't know why I can't see rows 76 through 12 there, but.
Just to confirm, the number we're seeing at the bottom, the $11 million, is including a postponement of the wastewater kidney?
I just
Or-
wanna,
I would assume it is because we've
yeah, the wastewater kidney's funded by reserve, so it would be an in and out.
It would not unless we were, okay,
Yeah.
so we would be finding ways to, okay.
So if you decided to postpone that and use the sewer restricted surplus account to fund the other sewer programs, then that would identify
So
that.
can you show where, because I guess I haven't followed closely enough where we went from the 25
Yep.
down to the 11.
That's what I'm
And
trying to
just-
do, I don't
Just,
know why.
that's what I'm hoping for here, because the next thing I'm gonna suggest is politically not as favorable, but it's one of the solutions that would be suggested in order to balance our budget.
I'm just
And,
gonna close out and.
so while
maybe
we're-
try to-
just as a bit of a primer, one other way to balance our budget, of course, is to talk tax increase. There has been a period of 4 years where there has been no tax increase, and of course, we all
Okay, now
know
I can,
that
so if you close out, oh, sorry.
costs of services have risen all the way through the line. The expectations have not been decreased in our community, so ultimately, we probably need to broach the subject of tax increase at some point of time and see what the comfort of this council is moving forward with that discussion. So just as a bit of a primer, we'll hopefully get the information here, but I'll leave that as a teaser because I see lunch is here as well, so I'm one of the only people standing between you and lunch. But ultimately, let's go as far as we can here for a minute or two. And Councillor Northcott, or Deputy Reeve Northcott, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Just for cost efficiencies, how would we, like, I know this is our list of stuff that we have, but if we see other efficiencies throughout the county, how do we approach that, or how do we bring that topic up? Do I just bring it up?
So I think we've been looking at one way, which is to look at how we can fund our capital projects. You're suggesting, is there an operational?
Well, it's, I guess it would be in regards to solid waste or something like that, but maybe a conversation for Mr. Magnuson, I think. But do we have a policy or anything like that? Is there violations or a policy or anything like that for people that dump garbage at our transfer sites that are from out of county or should not be dumping garbage at the transfer sites? Do we have a policy, and what would the penalties be for that?
Yes, we do. We actually developed it and brought it forward to council for approval. And we have a bylaw in place for services associated with the landfill and our transfer stations and the rates associated with that. And that was set for 1 year, and you will see it come back to council next year again, because those rates were set for 1 year. And just as an added piece of information with that, it was council's mandate and direction that the landfill operates on a cost recovery basis, full cost recovery. So those rates that we are establishing, particularly as it's associated with the landfill, are set in such a way that ultimately we will achieve cost recovery in regards to operations, full cost recovery in regards to the operation of the landfill. So again, yes, Deputy Reeve Northcott, there is a bylaw in place, and we will be bringing that back to you again next year.
Okay, and then I'm going towards the cards that we have for the transfer sites. So if there are individuals that are dropping garbage or waste at the transfer sites, what are the penalties or violations, or is there any, what holds people accountable to not drop their garbage at the transfer sites?
So when we put this program in place, we gave, I believe it was at the very least 2-month notice in regards to the acquisition and acquiring these cards. So our residents pay a one-time, well, it's already within the taxes themselves. Their cards are issued to them, and it was paid for through their taxes already, right? And but out of the municipality itself, so if anyone from within the town or Caroline or outside of the municipality itself, they must pay a fee for that card, and it's a yearly fee. So it's $204 a year that they need to pay, and it's yearly. So they're issued a card, and it's a different color from the ones that obviously the residents of the municipality have. And through education, brochures, the website, newspaper, so on, we've been, for the most part, able to educate the residents in the community, and hopefully outside of the community as well, that you had to have this card in place by a certain date. And then after that point, if someone enters a transfer station and they do not have that card, we actually do turn them away. Or if they come in with a load that's unacceptable, we direct them to the landfill.
Okay, sort of answers my question, but okay, prior to the card program and all of that, was there, but before that, was there any penalties or for people dumping at the transfer sites? What were the penalties for somebody that was, say, from county or municipality XYZ, and they bring garbage to transfer station, and they're not supposed to be there, like if they say they live in this municipality and they drop their garbage off, was there any penalties or anything like that for those infractions?
Sure, good question. Prior to January 1st, 2021, it was still under the Rocky Mountain Regional Solid Waste Authority. And so all operations associated with solid waste and recycling was under that authority, which involved all 3 municipalities. And within that authority, there was no penalty. So that was one of the contentious issues in regards to some of the many challenges we were facing within the board was someone from Mountain View County could go across, come into ours and use the Crammon station and dump their garbage, and there was no penalty associated with it. And we did not know, we had no tracking system in place in regards to, other than asking and this marking down by the transfer station attendants as to where that garbage was coming from. So, yeah, very difficult in terms of that, and no penalty was in place.
Because there are still loopholes in the current card process, like there are people that'll bring their garbage to neighbor XYZ or this resident, and they can still take their garbage to the transfer stations with the Clearwater County card, but it was quite a policy that was created, lots of, to me, I call it more red tape and stuff like that for residents that you have to use, right? But I was just wondering if there would have been any way to reduce that program and have if you could have a penalty or violation for outsiders dumping garbage at the transfer sites, and our county peace officers that are there to protect our county infrastructure, right? If they had a small presence every now and then, or if there was able to have a ticketing program like that, or something like that, rather than being able to I don't know how much this card program costs by the time you put it all in with all the tech support and IT and all that stuff.
To implement the card system and the software associated was just a little over 19,000 and now place, and we do pay a monthly fee. It's minimal in regards to having the software in place. So in and of itself, to establish it, very minimal in regards to, and now it's in place, you know, and you know, you indicate individuals outside the municipality using possibly friends or family within the municipality, give them their garbage to dump off. You know, there's that honor system, and if there's no way for us to you know, track that or to know when that, if and when and that is happening, you know, there's still a sense of honor in there, and if people choose to go around having to pay to dump it and give it, you know, to a friend within the county, can you get rid of this for us? And because they have the card and they want to avoid having to pay $204 to get a card for themselves to utilize our transfer stations, you know. And in regards to monitoring it in terms of ticketing and so on, I know in terms of my counterpart, Mrs. Haggard, in regards to the Legislative and Emergency Services Department, they only have so many CPOs, and I think there's other priorities in place in regards to what they need to do in terms of bringing on a bylaw officer, you know, and monitoring these transfer stations in that way too. That's, you know, that's something, again, that would need to be looked at in regards to bringing on personnel to do that, you know.
Yeah, no, it was just more of a comment. I just was wanting for awareness, but I think it's sort of just presence too. Like, if you see a CPO on the highway and stuff like that, it keeps people from speeding, right? You don't have to have a CPO or a police officer on every mile of highway, right? But just people knowing the awareness and the presence that, hey, you know, this, I could come around the corner and I could get a speeding ticket. So I wouldn't want to go to that extent of going further and hiring more staff and stuff like that. It was just wanted to bring it out for awareness. Maybe somebody could elaborate on it, make it better, or maybe it's just not a good idea. But thanks.
And, you know, those are very good points, and you've touched on something here when we bring forward that bylaw, again, in amending it, by all means ask council's direction in terms of penalties too, because right now there is nothing in that bylaw in terms of penalties. So that's something that we can definitely implement in that bylaw in the new year, and we would welcome council's comments on moving forward with what they feel would be an appropriate penalty associated with it. Because yes, there are when we researched out the rates and what other municipalities had in terms of their bylaw, many of the municipalities had penalties associated with it. And and we hadn't put that into ours yet. And definitely, next year when we bring that bylaw forward, that would definitely be a prudent conversation to have in amending that bylaw.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yasin. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm going to go to Mr. Reed very quickly, and I would make a comment around the card system. I think it's made leaps and bounds in reinforcing the honor of our community with those cards as well, that they really, we don't see the abuses of the system that I think we saw before the introduction of that card system. I think it's been successful in many ways of maintaining that integrity of that system. And Mr. Reed?
Well, just in regards to this whole conversation, I think you guys are again at the beginning of your term. And so, many of those sorts of questions are partly based on the fact that you're brand new. And so as you learn more about how the operation works, then you'll start to see those real opportunities. And I would always ask you to put the lens on of what problem are you trying to solve, right? Be very specific about what problem you're trying to solve. And I want to promote a problem right now that I'd like to solve, which is lunch has arrived, and so perhaps it's time I would
Absolutely.
suggest for a lunch break.
Absolutely. I saw no lights left other than yours, so that's where we're at. So let's let's go for 40 minutes. This time we'll be back at 12:45, please. Well, welcome back, everyone, after our lunch recess. And we're hoping to get on with our budget discussions this afternoon. Mr. Reed?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed and Council. You know, after the hard work you guys are doing this morning and some of the creative solutions, we've looked at, you know, the difference between staff telling you what to do and the idea of staff telling you what your options are, or what you can do. And so what we're proposing is that we would go right from item 1 and we'd go on down much the same way we did the pages yesterday. And in that way, you can be focused, you can stay, I guess, with your minds at the exact sharp edge of what it is you're talking about. And so that's what we'd like to start with and see how that progresses, because I think it may assist with flow for the rest of the day. With your permission, we will.
That sounds
Okay.
like an excellent suggestion.
So I think, basically, yeah, well, Rhonda, do you want to?
Sure.
Okay.
So administration feels like you've got a pretty good handle on what the projects are and what each of them are about. So we're just going to touch on the 2022 budget and where it's funded from, and give you any options that we think are available for funding that project. So just starting at the top, airport capital, there has been an adjustment made to that on your worksheet, removing 27, just wait, I just want to find it. I think it's 24.7 actually, 27.4. Out of that project, however, it's funded entirety through restricted surplus, so I've also done an adjustment to the amount of money coming out of restricted surplus. Construction equipment, there's $145,000 coming out of tax revenue. So you can leave that coming out of tax revenue or identify a restricted surplus fund for that to come out of, which could be public works equipment and vehicles. Do you want me to just go through them all, or do you want me to stop and you talk about it? Yeah?
That was awesome.
Councillor Swanson?
I would suggest let's go through the list like each project
Okay.
and then come back if we have, we'll stop you if there's a question that we feel that
Okay.
we can go, and if not, we can
Sure.
always come back.
Okay, I'm gonna get out of.
If I may, Reeve Lougheed,
Yes.
for clarity, are you suggesting we just list them all and tell you your options? Or we stop at each one and decide what your choice is? Right? Like, airport capital is already coming from restricted surplus, so it doesn't affect your bottom line. Construction equipment, you can choose to leave that in taxpayer funded, or you could choose to have that come from reserve. Or you could choose for us to tell you that we need that equipment to keep the current service level up. So really isn't an option, just say don't buy it. We'll be spending more on repairs and such, right? So this one, you just have two options, leave it in tax or take it from reserve. Okay?
Okay, and I guess also looking, is there an appropriate reserve?
Right, and that's what Ms.
As we go
Serhan
through.
identified. The appropriate reserve would be equipment reserve, right?
Okay. So if we want to go through the list, and then we'll make maybe some notes on which, what an appropriate reserve is, and then we get to the end of it, we'll see if there's enough in those reserves to cover all the things we've kind of directed. Does that make sense?
So that is an interesting way to go. So see if you have reserves to cover these costs. And if you do, that's one of the questions the administration is asking, right? Philosophically, do you want to spend your savings, or do you want to tax your residents? or do you want to not do some things, right? So absolutely, you could say, is there a reserve for this? And if so, we can apply it to that reserve.
Sure.
Right? And that will definitely get you somewhere. And it's a philosophy, right? It is a philosophy that says we saved for a reason.
Right.
That reason is today.
So my thought was we look and see how, if we have a reserve that's appropriate, how much shifting some or all of that into a reserve-funded thing will mean to that reserve, and is it left at an appropriate level to accommodate what we see being necessary moving forward? Is it gonna create
Okay.
problems for next year's budget?
Right.
Essentially, and then seek alternative solutions to match what we have available to fund our capital projects.
Great.
Does that make sense to everybody? So if we just want to go through a list and see if we have an appropriate reserve, and then at the end, if we can see how much those reserves are left and how much we've drawn them down. Kind of like you've done mostly already.
Okay. So construction equipment, again, 145,000, we could take that out of the vehicles and equipment reserve. General equipment, 397,000, we could take that from the equipment reserve. The vehicles, light duty, heavy duty, we've already made an adjustment in the spreadsheet for that million to come out of the equipment and vehicles reserve. Nordegg sanitary dumping station. Now, these sanitary projects that are coming from tax revenue could be funded from the sewer reserve, but then you'd have to find an alternative funding reserve or funding source for your regional wastewater kidney.
Okay.
Which, so I guess,
If I remember, that amount was about 2.3.
2.3 million, and if you're
2.3.
not doing the regional kidney, then you probably have to do the 1.5 million to the town, or a different number depending on negotiations.
And we have no idea, I mean, that the potential is for $1.5 million there. So we have no idea where that will fall out eventually through.
Right.
Through further discussions down the line. So today we're planning for what we see directly ahead of us.
Yeah.
Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Just a quick question for the Nordegg sanitary dumping station. Is that station in place already? Because I just, or is that budget there, is that to automate that system so it's a self-serve? Or is that to put the whole station in place?
Yeah, so that, what you're seeing there is just a continuation of the project now where it will be constructed next year and it will have some means of payment available on site there. So, so we'll yet to determine if that be a credit card or something to that effect.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's ready for construction next year.
So, and right now there is no dumping station for that location?
No,
Okay.
no.
Answered my question.
And if I just may too, just to go back to Rhonda's comment on regards to the Rocky Lagoon, that projected 1.5 million, that would come out of operations. That is not a capital item.
No, but it could still be funded through restricted surplus.
Yeah, and he had indicated, Reeve Lougheed, to that in regards to the regional wastewater system in Leslieville, that we could bump that a year and utilize the reserves that pay for it in some other manner, potentially, right?
Yeah, I hope that we can still keep that project on time, but my ultimate thing was if we were, I feel these projects may create a greater need at the moment, and if we need to balance, I was perhaps gonna suggest that path to council.
Okay, so we will come back to those, or I guess you could cancel any of these, this dumping station, for the trailers, or the dumping station for commercial is 383,000 is coming from restricted surplus and 236 coming from, tax revenue. And that's based on a carry forward. Treatment Oh, sorry.
So the sanitary dumping station was already partially funded through restricted surplus, if I'm,
No, it's funded through tax revenue in 2021. So it's
Okay.
going into a work in progress.
okay, so the 383,000
Yes.
is for
Carried forward.
a later date there, or that's just from the work in or work in
No, it
progress?
was identified as going to be completed in 2021, and then it didn't get completed in 2021. So what's going into a carry forward is 383,000. So if you didn't move forward on that project at all, you would have 383,000 from 2021's tax revenue to allocate somewhere else.
Okay. Oh, Counselor Swanson.
So currently, this commercial is at our lagoon, that's where that would be placed, correct? Is that the lagoon in Nordic?
That is correct, and currently, so as indicated by Mr. Han, is that project is pretty well 75% complete.
Yep.
With it to be finished in 2022.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
All right. Good. Thanks for the clarification there. Wastewater treatment plant, there's a couple of small projects there, $3,300 and $40,000. Nordic lagoon blower, $20,000, and the water meter system, $60,000, are all funded by tax revenue. And then the regional wastewater system funded from the restricted surplus. So, the wastewater kidney, you probably have some options there. It could be funded through MSI or postponed. But if it's postponed, it still would, there's probably some implications there on costing. So maybe the amount that's in restricted surplus for that project wouldn't cover it. The condor replacement of collection mains, that would be one that you could fund through MSI or again through the sewer reserve if you were not doing the regional wastewater kidney project. Tamarack Trail upgrade, dry hydrant, it's all from tax revenue. Erosion of the James River Road, $977,000. Currently don't have a restricted surplus fund unless you were to reallocate one of the funds that are currently there. Just let me bring up my sheet. So if you were to reallocate some from the stabilization fund,
Okay.
I don't know which other ones would be available to reallocate. Well, I mean, they're all available to be reallocated, but they're identified for specific projects. Same with the Leslieville curb gutter stormwater improvements, that would be MSI eligible. Leslieville lift station wet well repairs, $42,000. I'm not sure that would be MSI fundable just because of the small amount of that project. Leslieville replacement of priority 1 collection mains, $526,000.
If I remember correctly, there was a Leslieville sewer reserve as well, the $29,000 one or whatever.
Yes, so
What is
there
it?
is.
What is its fences, for lack of a better word?
Yeah,
What is it
they're-
intended to be used for?
Yeah, it is going to be used for this project. There's 82,865 identified as being in that reserve in 2022 that would be pulled out for this project. And the total amount coming out of restricted surplus is 320,965. I'd have to have a look at that project specifically and see which other restricted surplus that is coming out of. Probably work in process, but. It's 138, 100. Yeah, I'm not certain which restricted surplus that was coming out of. Then the bridge files, they're all coming, the bridge, the bridge infrastructure restricted surplus.
So I guess one question, the fish passage,
Oh,
that
that's
is
correct.
considered a bridge file as well? Or it's something separate? I know it's coded similar to a bridge file, and it's not funded the same way as,
There's a grant for, and I confirmed with, Mrs. Ragland yesterday, and it's 100% funded through the grant revenue. So there's more than one bridge file. They're not, they might be culverts that are
Okay.
considered a bridge file, and likely are, but there's multiple in this, and they are 100% funded through grant funding. There's no matching component.
so that 910 that I see there is
Yeah, funded
included in
through grant.
some of the other bridge files? Okay.
No, the
I'm-
910 on that
I'm
line.
missing the spot then.
The 910 is the expenditure, and then you can see that the funding source is way over on the right-hand side as grant funding.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, fair enough. Thank you. I missed that.
And then the following bridge files are all funded through restricted surplus. The solid waste landfill assets could be funded through that regional waste TCA replacement. But then there could be future projects that aren't funded through that. The same with the solid waste recycle assets for 60,000. And again, the transfer station assets. I'm not sure that the solid waste administrative assets, that's the study, so I'm not sure. That's probably more appropriately tax revenue. Leslieville Fire Training Center, only 280 through tax revenue, and we have yet to know if, it could be more than 300,000 that's in the deployment revenue, we don't know yet. Nordegg Public Services Building, the Condor Public Services Building. Leslieville, are those both paving projects? Eric, sorry, put you on the spot there.
No, that's fine. So, Lesville Fire Training Center, of course, that is the training pads as well as the water main. Nordegg Public Services Building, that is paving of the front parking lot. Condor Public Services Building is the preparatory work and getting ready to pave the following year. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the Leslieville Salt Storage. I'm not sure if that's one of the ones that you want to postpone. It looks like it's on our reconciliation here to be postponed to 2023 in hopes of getting an area structure plan completed for that area. And again, the Leslieville Public Services Building, $10,000. Road construction admin, those costs are spread out over multiple projects. That's our road construction team. Salaries and other office administrative costs that go into constructing our assets. Gravel road rehab, we've never funded that through anything but tax revenue. This is a program that could be, I guess, you could decrease the amount of kilometers that you're gonna do in a year. I'm not sure, maybe Eric can speak to that. I don't know what effect that has on his teams.
Yeah, you do less with less. That's basically using a day labor forces, we get as much work as done as we can, utilizing the funds available. Reduce the funds, that's to reduce their amount of work. We've tried to, kind of historically just invested around that, say that $5 million into our gravel road network. That's been the philosophy now for years. Like I say, there's a small inflationary growth there. We know we've seen an increase in our granular resource costs, our culvert costs there, and I think we'll have a 0.5% inflation growth there. So it doesn't even keep up with our costs. We are already doing less with less. But it's really the will of this council there. Historically, we've invested approximately $5 million annually into our gravel road network.
And can you tell us how many kilometers that would do?
This one's been identified at approximately 30 kilometers. I think that's optimistic, given the nature, but that's what was identified in that list that was provided in the summary.
And Councillor Cermak, and then I'll go to Council. Okay, I guess you would have something to say right now.
Oh, is it my turn?
Actually, I'm gonna go to Councillor Graham first.
I have a feeling we have the same thing to say, but if we're gonna dive into this, I have to recuse myself for pecuniary interest.
Thank you. And Councillor Cermak?
For this, should we remove? My question is that enough money to keep our gravel roads up to the standard that we want?
I'm gonna say that yes, it is right now. We've been, given the weather that we've had, we are actively improving our roads to get them up to our current road standard. I'm not gonna say we're falling behind. I think, we have exceptional roads throughout our municipality, due to the level of maintenance that we do currently. We know that, reconstructing our roads actually reduce the amount of maintenance that it costs to do that. So, I think we are in great shape with our gravel road inventory, but we know there are some weak spots and there's still improvement that needs to be done.
Thanks.
And I guess my understanding, this has been an ongoing program for many, many years, and it probably will be ongoing for some time, and it's meant to keep ahead of the curve, if you would, on the ability to make sure our roads are safe. So we're providing for a safe community, and I think it's a necessary investment, from my perspective. Councillor Swanson.
Just looking at your list, Eric, you have 13 projects listed, and 3 of them are carryover from this past year because of just finishing touches, I would imagine. So you have one that's a full shoulder pole, but you have others that are, I'll just say, sightline improvement and things. The shoulder pole is Range Road, or Township Road 37-4 from Highway 22 east for 4.8 kilometers. I know when you've listed this, I know you put the ones, are you listing this in like, and we've asked this before, and I know what you're probably gonna say, I'm gonna ask it anyways. These are the ones that absolutely need to be done right away? I guess that's what I'm saying, or can you postpone 1 or 2 of these projects for next year?
Yes, we can postpone. Every year we do gravel road assessments there, which creates the list. My staff go out annually every year and assess every gravel road that we have in our inventory. They are then put into a scoring criteria there. Some roads, depends on utilization. We know that some of the worst roads actually maybe only see 20 or 10 5 vehicles a day, so it doesn't justify some of the investment that would be required. So that's also, as we go through the list, even though it scores really poorly, a lot of the no exit road, for example, with a single residence off the end that may, have a significant investment, does it still provide its need, its service to that residence? If the answer is yes, then maybe it's not a higher priority. So the ones that are carried forward from last year, they are a higher priority for this year, of course, because they've been on the list for a while. We never got to those, so they get bumped to the higher ones. We like to start them earlier in the year to ensure that they would get done. Of course, weather dependent, how much we can actually get done.
Okay, thanks.
The next one is the Beaver Flat road grading. I just want to ask for some clarification there. So we've moved that project on the reconciliation to 2023, and are we still thinking that that will be funded through MSI?
I think that would probably seem like the most logical source.
Counselor Melhoff.
Yes, I agree that MSI is a great option for it, but I'd like it moved back to 2022, or us at least to have the discussion about it being moved back into this year.
Sorry, I'll repeat that. The Beaver Flat road grading, it was discussed moving that to 2023, and I was just asking if we would still offset that via an MSI grant application. And the comment was that we would leave that in 2022 with the MSI grant funding as the funding source, so.
Are there any other appropriate grants for that? Strategic transportation stuff? No?
No, basically the province is down to 2 or 3 grants available regularly for municipalities. One of them is the MSI funding. They're trying to eliminate all of the different little grants and just have one funding source for municipalities through the province. They do still have the federal gas tax fund, which will, we've identified the next 4 projects for funding through that one. It's about $650,000 annually.
Okay.
And like I said, they prefer a paving project for that grant. And the other one is the STIP funding for bridges. And like Kurt said, some years were, I want to say lucky, but really it is the amount of work and knowledge that our staff have filling out those grant applications. Our municipality is more successful than others that don't have the level of staff and knowledge in their organization. That being said, the province is strapped for money, and with all of the other programs that other levels of government are funding in the last 2 years, it just makes me feel that, that's just my opinion, that funding is going to be hard to come by in other sources. So as I spoke of, the asphalt overlay for 2022, we would fund through the federal gas tax fund. The asphalt overlay for 2023 Caroline North South, the design would get funded in 2022 through the gas tax fund. And then setting it up to be funded in 2023 with 2023's gas tax. And the base pay for the Quarry Road being funded through that federal gas tax fund. Leslieville East is getting funded through restricted surplus. The River grading project, there's 1.4 identified here from tax revenue. Earlier, it was identified that there would be $550,000 in that restricted surplus from the North Saskatchewan River.
Counselor Melhoff.
Sorry, thank you. So we're talking about the asphalt overlay for Nordegg, Bunch, Caroline South, and
Yep.
then the
Stewart Street.
Stewart Street. All of those could be funded from the gas tax?
Yeah, because we didn't have any asphalt overlay in 2021, we have 2021's federal gas tax fund available and 2022's to be spent in 2022, so that's 1.2, and those projects total about 1.2.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
River Road grading again, 1.4 million from tax revenue that we identified earlier. 550,000 could come from that North Saskatchewan River Park restricted surplus that wasn't utilized for the intersection upgrade, leaving about 850,000 coming from tax revenue. Again, you could identify one of the restricted surplus funds to reallocate for that project, but there isn't a specific one for that type of project. all of the following Nordeg projects down to Nordeg Phase 2 Manufactured Home Park is funded through the restricted surplus account that's due from Nordeg to Clearwater County and would be funded through future lot sales in that community. Some corporate services, IT projects funded through tax revenue, $370,000 total. There's no real funding source other than tax revenue for that project. The broadband initiative, the first 4 projects there are funded through restricted surplus. I just wanted to see where we would be at with that fund. So funding these projects through that restricted surplus leaves $342,978 in the broadband restricted surplus. And then the 5th project there, the Farrier Fiber to the Home, if on the reconciliation sheet, it has been identified to cancel that project.
Councillor Melhoff.
I just wanted to confirm the reasons for canceling the Farrier project, just that it kind of doesn't fit with the scope of what we were trying to achieve at the time. I'm not seeing that being gone necessarily entirely. I think we need to bring that all back and relook at seeing if it fits the original goals that this entire broadband power project has tried to achieve.
So canceling for now maybe is.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
Are we finished that discussion, or should I step out?
I think it might be an appropriate time.
All right.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Further to that, I would suggest that we have issued an RFP, a request for proposal, related to that council directive that came late in 2021. We've received responses to that RFP, and it would be administration's intent to analyze those responses and bring information back to council in the new year for consideration going forward.
And Councillor Melhoff and then Councillor Green.
Thank you. So at that time, with whatever information you're bringing back, we can look at doing a budget adjustment if we feel at that time that it would be appropriate for us to continue forward with it. Like, that doesn't affect that?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you.
And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. For the other broadband, the phase 1, 2, and 6 I'm just hesitant without us having our orientation still kind of to approve that. Is there any way that we can push those off for a year, or is that out of the question?
Mr. Reid or Mr. Hagan, you both beat each other to the punch, I think.
Lightning fingers. I would remind council that the projected costs here for 2022 are to complete those phases.
Okay.
So the vast majority of work on each of those has been done already. And this would really be just tying up the loose ends and finishing those things that are outstanding. My concern would be, certainly we could delay it, but we would probably end up paying more in delay penalties perhaps to the construction companies through our contracts. Price of materials may go up in the meantime, so it might cost the county more in the long run to postpone those at this point. So these are all, phase 1 is essentially complete. There's very little to finish that one. And the other ones, per the last broadband report that you received, are almost complete. So they're very close.
Oh, Mr. Reid.
And if I could add, some of the work has been done, but the invoices haven't been received. So, you're not gonna see what amounts to $5 million of sort of net benefit to the reserve anyway. It's not gonna affect your tax number. The advice for this case is to let those projects finish. They meet policy, they're exactly what the reserve was created for. So the penalties aren't worth the lack of change to the residents' tax envelope anyway.
Councillor Melhoff.
Sorry, thank you. Just to avoid having to have Councillor Ratcliffe potentially have to leave again later in the conversation, is it possible for the group of us here to vote on that being removed so we don't have to bring that back? Well, and then have to have him leave again? Would that be fair?
You mean Ferrier?
That's what I meant.
The
What did I say?
Q4 3010H? No, you just didn't specify.
Oh, I'm
which part.
sorry. Is that appropriate?
Yeah, I mean, this, absolutely, it's a great time to do it, of course. You've had your declaration from your fellow councilors, so it's a great time to talk about that. You don't have to do a motion, right? Your motions aren't required today. The motion will come on Tuesday, right? To accept the budget as we redevelop it.
Yeah.
So if there's consensus to do as Director Hagan said, which is take it out, you get the report, do a budget adjustment if you wish it to come back. That you just, if you're all nodding, then, or there you go. So that's what we'll do.
A general, I see, yeah, I see, okay, enough said, or not said, one way or the other.
Thank you.
The only other thing I might question here is the main pop. There's 886,000 there. Ultimately, we don't have any customers yet that would be using that. I guess understanding when that would need to be in place. It's great to have it ready to go whenever we need it, but if it could be delayed perhaps for some time, or if there'd be no benefit there. I just want to raise that specter in case somebody asks me that in the future.
No, that's a very good question. I would again remind council that phase one in particular will be complete early in the new year. And that main pop will be required in order to start providing service out that way. And as council will recall, there is a component in the operating budget in terms of operating not only the pop, but that phase, and as well some recognition of revenue potentially coming in. So delaying this would delay that operational impact as well.
Thank you for that clarity.
You're welcome.
Removing that from the budget, but knowing that there will be items coming forward, leaving that unfunded.
Yeah.
But council will revisit that fiber to the home early in 2023.
So options with that as well. We could also keep it in budget, push it a year down the line. Would that be something that could be done? Because I know we still have Mr. Reed.
Remembering that you have a business plan coming, you have a lot of information to come forward. So, sure, you can put it in 2023 and keep it there, or you can, it doesn't really matter what choice you make about that at this time. You've already determined that you're not gonna fund that from tax revenue. After that decision, that means it can be pushed for 6 weeks, 6 months, or 6 years. Or it may never appear again based on, as you learn further information, you're gonna make a choice as to how you want that project to unfold.
What I was hoping to do is to provide options to council there, understanding that they are the decision-making process now, so. Anyway. And Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Lloyd. And if I could add to that, my suggestion would be not to put it in 2023 unless council intends to proceed with it. Otherwise, it provides a message to the community that council's made that decision already. So not having it on the 10-year capital plan, I think supports council's direction to leave it until a report can be provided as well as other information and make a decision in 2022.
Thank you for that clarity. That's what I was hoping for.
You're welcome.
I'm just looking through the list here. Is it possible for Councillor Ratcliffe to rejoin us now?
I believe so, if you want to just give him 30 seconds to get
That
the
would-
message, or for
that
me to
would
go
be-
grab him.
That would be terrific. We want to include all of council as much as possible. Okay, that, I believe, takes us to some items that are more in Mr. Martinson's wheelhouse.
So the agricultural equipment list is funded majority through tax revenue, with the exception of the trade-ins for the tractors and the skid steer. There's no real restricted surplus unless, I guess, you took the egg field house out of the mix, or decided to fund that through that restricted surplus. Nordegg Cemetery, again, no real restricted surplus for cemeteries. Rocky Nordegg Trail, the 500,000 that's funded through tax revenue. There likely is room from the, in the municipal reserve, school and recreation restricted surplus to fund that. There's probably no granting, available for that, just due to the fact that, we do have a funding partner with the province already on that project. Also Leslieville, rec grounds, currently we have it moved to 2023, but it could be available through to fund through the restricted surplus of the municipal reserve. School and recreation restricted surplus. The Nordegg Discovery Center, no identified restricted surplus for the tax revenue portion. The 300,000 is coming from carry forward in 2021. And the majority of the fire equipment is funded either through the fire restricted equipment restricted surplus or through funding partners.
Great. Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you. Can we see what it looks like on that the sheet that
Yeah,
had the
you bet.
what we've changed? And with what it would look like to have the Leslieville moved back in using the rec school reserve fund, because the way that Matt was, Director Morrison was explaining that having those come together at the same
roll up.
kind of time frame
next one.
would be
No,
good
the
for
next
potentially that high school. So having some of those funds now might be good for that community.
Can you just close out and go back in it? I don't know why it doesn't. Like.
Sorry, and along with the ones that were gas tax that we talked about and the MSI ones,
Yeah.
please. So we can see where we're sitting.
Yep, the spreadsheet there, yep. And then just go to the first, just go up until we get the first subtotal there. And then we'll just go through the changes real quick. Sorry, just to the bottom of that. Yeah, okay. Now just scroll down as I speak to them. So these are the changes to rec. So that would include the splash park and the North Saskatchewan River Park operations is currently still in budget. So that totals just under $55,000 to keep those that are outside the agreement currently and fund at 50% with the town. So that's adding in all the capital that they had identified. And then actually towards the bottom, I've, did it not save it in here? Okay, so this football field lighting and the upgrades to the infield for the North Saskatchewan River Park are carry forwards. I just need to make an adjustment for that. Oh yeah, so at the very bottom, I've made that adjustment. We'll get there eventually. Okay, and these are just small adjustments. Then underneath there, the 11,000 and the 1,200 are just adjustments to the town's operations budget that they forwarded to the county earlier this week. They added $19,000 to replace the roof on the library and fire hall. I think they've identified that the county's portion would be 25%, so that equals $19,000. The salary adjustment, okay, I've added these two in here that don't need to be, the capital and rec agreements. So if we postpone the airport terminal, adds back in funds 27.4, but then we decrease the draw on that restricted surplus, so that decreases funds. Beaver Flat, so we just need to, either way, this bottom line doesn't change. If you keep it in 2022 or 2023 and assign the MSI funds to it, this would be, that's included in the 11 million still deficit. Excuse me. Federal gas tax fund would go towards those 4 paving projects, be 1,221,000. Postpone or make a decision on the fiber to the home, just removing it from the 2022 budget, adds to the bottom line. Fund the vehicles in public works line of $1 million from that restricted surplus for the lequipment. Postponing the Leslieville projects for the area structure plan, the salt storage facility, and the rec grounds. And this are projects funded through carry forwards for the rec funding, that adds back in to the total. And the River Road grading funded through restricted surplus for the North Saskatchewan River Park. And Eric and I just had a quick look at that project, and he had already identified 250,000 coming from that restricted surplus, so I need to change that to 300,000. Excuse me. So that leaves a balance deficit of 11,583,000. And MSI available of about 6 million. And then some restricted surplus or tax revenue increases. Now, if you identify tax revenue increases, more than one way to achieve that. Maybe either your assessment, you're projecting that your assessment is going to grow, or you're going to increase the rate. And like I said, a 1% rate increases your tax revenue by about 480,000. And we could project some growth. I was speaking to the assessor over lunch there, and he thought there would be some growth in the tax assessment base. So we could budget for a small increase in tax revenue without projecting a tax rate increase. The tax rate increase will be looked at when the tax rate bylaw comes to council in April. And again, we just can't know what that rate is going to be until we know what our assessment is. And there will be a lot of information that comes with that item. It's a complex formula to come up with what the tax rates are every year, so.
And I'm gonna go to Mr. Hagan and then I'll come back to Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Lana, can I get you to go to the top of this page, please? Let me show, yeah. So, on the subject of increase in tax revenue, and I'll play devil's advocate here. If you look at our operating revenues, predicted according to the draft budget, we're sitting at just about $54 million. Operating expenses, slightly less than that, and then using some of the restricted funds for operations. But then if you focus on that fourth line there, where it says excess operating funds, we're actually in a deficit there. And what that's really telling us is those operating expenses include amortization or depreciation of our assets of roughly $20 million. So even though we're recognizing those as an expense there, and that amortization, because it's a non-cash item, comes back into the equation further down, we're not really fully funding it. And so there's two components to this. Is one, I would suggest that council may want to consider as we look forward, trying to turn that deficit number at least to a break even, if not a positive, to provide a source of funding to put away for future replacement. And if you recall, when Mr. Serhan went over the planned transfers to restricted surplus, it was about $5 million. Well, our assets are losing value of about $20 million a year. Theoretically, and good business practice dictates that we should be trying to put at least that amount into restricted surplus for future years so that we increase that funding source. Council's struggled today looking at the reserves and where can we pull from. And we've seen some limitations there. So this would give council more option in the future in terms of funding those replacements. And given that benchmark of trying to fund at least as much as we're depreciating each year, doesn't allow for inflation. Having this number come closer to a break even or even into a positive starts to cover that. So all of this builds into good financial planning. If I may, I'll touch on what Reeve Lougheed had mentioned before lunch, is that tax revenue hasn't increased significantly for a good number of years in this county. Expenses have, and we're not insulated from inflation. And we're expecting some significant inflation over the next year. Whether that's going to be a permanent thing or not, we don't know. Nobody knows at this point. But I expect that trend is going to increase. It's not going to reverse itself. So we've been finding other ways of managing that, be it by transferring from restricted surplus and so forth. But all of that approach is short-term. It's not sustainable going forward. So all of this, I'm just trying to provide a framework and some concepts, food for thought in terms of those revenues. I know nobody wants to increase revenues. I'm a property taxpayer. I don't like to see my property taxes go up either. But the reality is, to maintain service levels in an environment of increasing costs, the funds need to come from somewhere. And that's our whole balancing exercise here. So just food for thought for council's consideration.
Thank you for that. Never an easy subject to broach when you start coming from a political position and understanding that nobody enjoys paying taxes, but we do need the services that those taxes do provide. And so I think it's worth a discussion around how comfortable this council is with suggesting a tax increase to be able to meet part of our budgeting plans, or ultimately the other option is to remove services or projects within there. So I see Councillor Melhoff's light is on.
Thank you. With the Leslieville and Nordegg sewer system, not the regional kidney, but the individual pieces between Leslieville and Nordegg, I can't remember, did we try to pull those from the different sewer reserves already? Were those already indicated as coming from there?
The Leslieville, one, we pulled from the Leslieville sewer, so we're emptying that restricted surplus.
Okay.
The Nordegg one, no.
Would there be enough in that reserve still to do the Nordegg projects and still work on the kidney?
Not finish the kidney in 2023. There's a $7 million projection to finish that kidney in 2023.
So the sewer one that's there now needs to stay there specifically for the kidney. We can't allocate anything else to that.
Unless you just, I mean, you can, but then you have to find a different funding source for the kidney or cancel that project.
Thank you.
Or push it into a further, like we're not starting in 2022, we're starting in perhaps 2023.
But if the restricted surplus has been spent, then you'll have to find a different funding source. So it'll either have to be tax revenue or. The other thing I want to mention about the tax revenue and tax rate conversation is that Clearwater County is very fortunate that industry pays 92% of the tax revenue that comes in. There are municipalities that don't have any industry paying tax revenue, and they struggle immensely with which infrastructure to upgrade or maintain. And Clearwater County is very fortunate to have partners in the industry contributing to our tax rates and our tax revenue, so that our infrastructure is relatively well kept, and we have been fortunate to not only upgrade and upkeep the infrastructure that we have, but add additional infrastructure in the previous years, so.
And I will go to my left and then to my right.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. My questions are still along that same line, that we had talked of pushing back that wastewater, regional wastewater portion, to see what grants we could get for that as an alternate source to fund them. And if that would let us then do some of the other sanitary systems from that fund. And you know, thereby remove them from the tax revenue.
That is an option for council. If they choose to wait, we could apply for grants. There's no guarantee that you'd get one. And
Yeah.
And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. To respond to Mr. Radcliffe's, or Councillor Radcliffe's, statement there, my concern with that is then we put it off another year and they come and say, you know, you guys have been putting this off for 10 years and we've spent the money, and then what happens, right? We're just out of pocket like that. But I was gonna comment towards the condo replacement of collection mains and curb. The $4,400,000 one there. For that one, that is coming out of tax revenue. Is that a necessity for this year, or is that something, I remember you saying you went down and looked in all the, you know, lines and stuff. Is that a necessity, or is that an option that we could push back?
It's a necessity. It's just a continuation now of rectifying and repairing, replacing those sanitary mains. And while we're going in to do that, it might as well, the curb and gutter is a necessity too for for that hamlet. There are definite water issues, drainage issues. Reeve Lougheed is well aware of that hamlet itself and some of the challenges that are posed there whenever rainfall does occur. So our intent and thinking behind that was ultimately those sanitary lines need to be done. That you're dealing with wastewater, and that is not something to fool around with. There are significant spots within all those lines that are either deteriorated to the point of soon to collapse. We have come up with areas that the lines have collapsed, and this by grace, they're still able to flow. And our thinking was that if we're gonna tear up those roads, let's all do it in one time rather than doing it once and then doing it again at a later date. Knowing, again, keeping efficiencies in mind, that if council so chooses to continue to move forward with Leslieville East, the paving of that, there's some efficiencies to be had economically, knowing that we have to have a contractor come in to pave Leslieville East. This is where Eric and I were thinking as a team that if we're gonna do that, then too, in terms of coordinating everything, let's get that done. When we come in to pave that, that can be potentially a Schedule B in terms of going into Condor to pave as well, and then it's all said and done one shot. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yes, perfect, thank you.
Mr. Hanson, you have something to add as well, maybe?
I would. I guess one thing this council doesn't have the privilege of, a little bit more of the history in regards to the one reserve that was set up, the core infrastructure reserve. That was actually after the auditing process, there was a surplus left over from 2020. So it was the exercise last year where we looked at all the reserve schedules, and I believe that's where this reserve actually came from. Core infrastructure being water, wastewater, roads, et cetera. So I think you'd be remiss not to include that as we're discussing major core infrastructure such as water, wastewater, and looking for funding strategies that, historically, likely, I believe we're gonna be in a surplus position. We're probably gonna have this conversation again, so I hate to say it, but don't be too scared to use some of the reserves, because in 4 months from now, we might be in a position saying, well, we have a surplus left over from 2021. Now, which reserve do we wanna bump up? So I really like the conversation that Ms. Saran actually started with about the tax rate stabilization. If $10 million is the magic number this council's comfortable with having there, you have $1 million extra there that you could reallocate to, there again, core infrastructure. You have a non-specific core infrastructure reserve that's not been dedicated to anything, and you're talking about core infrastructure and, deferring and kicking the can down the road, knowing that bill's gonna be next year. So I think we'd be remiss not to include that reserve in that conversation.
And Ms. Serhan?
The other thing I wanted to point out, that this would be a good project for an MSI application also, and there's about $6 million left to apply for a project, even if we use 7 on the Beaver Flat grading project.
And Councillor Swanson?
The Nordic sanitary dumping station, the trailer one, has not been started yet, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I guess my mind is going, because it hasn't been started, there's 515 there, I'm willing to push that off a year, because the commercial one is already 75% complete. As much as I would like to be able to capitalize on some little bit of income, and we wouldn't capitalize on income on that until 2023 if we would complete it in 2022. So there's still an opportunity to put it in 2022, or put it in 2023, in my opinion, but that's just one I would consider bumping down the road for one year. The other one.
If I may,
Yep.
Councilor, sorry to
Yep.
interrupt. I'll just clarify too, the engineering has all been completed in regards to that site, so now construction was set for 2022, yes.
Right, but no
Yeah, so-
RFP has been gone out, correct?
No.
Right, so we can, it's not a waste, it's just put on the shelf, is the way I look at it. Correct? Okay. So that's one possibility. Is the annual payments that we do, we talked about it right at the beginning, the 1.5 that we put towards county facilities, could
Yes.
we postpone that $1.5 million, like not put it in for 2022? And for 1 year, and that would give us $1.5 million extra to put towards projects?
We could, but I think it's gonna be the same issue next year also.
Okay. But there's an opportunity there.
I'm going to go to Councillor Northcott, but I'm first gonna play devil's advocate just for a second from something that Councillor Swanson said. We are close to having a commercial dumping station in Nordig. A concept, is it possible to combine those two, and would there be some savings?
Very difficult.
Okay.
The setup at the lagoon site, it is outside of the town, so it's not in the vicinity of the hamlet itself, I should say. It's up towards the industrial section, more so towards the west. And that septic receiving station will be set up very much like the town of Rocky Mountain Houses septic receiving station, established for commercial hauling and that. So excellent thought there, Reeve Lougheed, but it would be very difficult to do that, yes.
Okay. I just thought that might be a question I get asked sometime in the future, and I'd just like, thank you for that answer. And one other comment around the core infrastructure reserve or surplus. What is it typically used for, or would just in my thoughts, a sewer type upgrade, water or storm main might fit well with that. And ultimately at Condor, I know in the past, we had planned for funding much of the improvements that were made there fully. And then, of course, a lot of that was granted through both federal and provincial granting for similar kinds of granting or similar kinds of things. I just wondered, is that an appropriate stream to use for that project in Condor?
If you're looking for my recommendation, I'd say absolutely yes.
Okay.
The core infrastructure surplus or restricted reserve did not exist until the allocation of surplus last year. It was through a discussion similar to this after the audited financials came to the last council, looking to fund, I believe, broadband. I believe that reserve had a bump. They always, tax rate stabilization usually gets revisited there if they want to have that extra buffer there. And like I said, the core infrastructure reserve did not exist until that discussion was had. And there's never been a project assigned to it. There was some discussion of there's nothing more that we invest in heavier than the core infrastructure being all roads, water, wastewater within this municipality. So it was the bare bones type of, or the bones and skeleton of this organization, what we maintain is what it was the reserve to set up for. So anything in regards to water, sewer, collections, et cetera, I would say it'd be a very appropriate use of them funds.
Thank you. That helps with my decision-making process of trying to say yes to more things. So, Mr. Reid.
Well, in that spirit of saying yes to more things, one of the questions you could simply answer right now is, do you believe that the core infrastructure reserve should stay untouched, or do you feel like there's core infrastructure that you wish to invest in? And the same question, do you feel that a tax stabilization fund of $10 million is enough, or is 8 million, or is 11.3, which is where it's at now? You can make some of those decisions, and then you can apply the surplus, or you can unrestrict that surplus and apply it to the reason that it was built for. So do you have that appetite? Some councils like to see a big bank account. Some councils understand that you build a bank account to buy something. It's not money until you spend it. It's just a number in the bank account right now. And so where's the appetite in this council? I think that Mr. Hansen's spot on. Is a reserve that was created last year out of surplus an appropriate spend this year in projects you believe are important? Yes or no? And I would ask the same question about the tax stabilization. You're talking about raising taxes. You have a fund that is meant to support you in stabilizing taxes. Do you want to use that fund? Like this is where you guys get paid your money to make a decision, right?
And I'm gonna go to Councillor Northcott.
I don't think I'm really in favor of raising taxes, but for the tax holiday that the Alberta government imposed on the construction of new projects and stuff like that in industry, I'm just wondering what impact that's gonna have in the future.
Depends on how much construction there is in linear assets within Clearwater County. Linear tax revenue is our biggest source of tax revenue, so could be, if there's no construction, it would be no impact, but if there's lots of construction, then it could be a big impact.
May I just supplement that?
Mr. Reid.
Isn't it fair to say that it's no impact regardless? Like if they build a bunch of stuff and we don't get the tax revenue for it, it's the same as if they didn't build a bunch of stuff and we don't get the tax revenue for it. So the impact of that decision means future revenues are not ours, but it doesn't change anything about the decisions you have to make today. It means that our revenue is capped, right, as basically where it is today in that particular line item. But it doesn't actually mean we've lost anything. It just means we don't have access to future revenue.
And Mr. Hagan.
Thank you. And again, if I can supplement that, it's really an opportunity cost for the next few years. So CEO Reid is correct that it's not costing us more. We don't have to go find that money. But we also can't rely on the fact that, hey, we've seen growth there over the last number of years. We should have growth over the next few. We won't see that ability for at least 3 years. Does that make sense? So we're pushing off that opportunity is what's happening.
And maybe before I go to, or did you have a supplemental?
No, I just wanted to bring the topic up for consideration if we are going to use reserves or anything like that, just to consider it. And I just wanted to ask the question.
Again, on the idea that we have that banked assessment waiting for us in 3 years. That's not being lost. We will see that assessment phase in at some point of time. It's given as an incentive to business to invest. So ultimately, we will see a benefit to our community in one way, and we will realize an assessment later on. So it's not lost. I don't believe it's lost. It's just delayed.
Well, sorry, I just want to add to that a bit because maybe it's not lost, but the province is looking at assessment very, very thoroughly. So if they decide to do a heavy depreciation in those linear assets, maybe we don't even keep up after 3 years. So we can't count on the fact that that tax revenue is going to be sitting there waiting for us in 3 years.
And I might just comment that I'm sure the province understands we have a surplus, or we have a sizable amount of money that is waiting to benefit our community. And they may feel less obligation to transfer anything that is in with their control as we maintain that large surplus. So ultimately, we've got to find that balance between providing those things which our community, providing for our community now, getting that money out to work in our community, as opposed to putting it aside to meet some unknown in the future. So anyway, I'll go to Councillor Graham.
I'm just gonna throw some things out there. The core infrastructure surplus,
Restricted surplus, yes.
how much was that again?
3 million.
Okay, I would love to see that go towards the condo replacement of collection mains and curb. That's appropriate, right?
Yep.
Yep. The asphalt overlay for Stewart Street and Nordeg, for the Bunch Road, and for the Quarry Base pave, I think it was, or the Leslieville East, did we pull that from the gas one already?
Yeah.
Okay, and we already did the River Road from the remainder, yes.
Part of it, so there's still, so let me find it here. $1.1 million left to be funded through tax revenue on that project.
On the River Road?
Yeah. There
Okay.
is,
So I think that would be a really good one to have the tax surplus that we have go towards that, or the, yes, thank you. I would like to keep lots of money in there, but if we want to bring it down to 10 million and put the million towards that, I think that would be great. Just throwing things out there to get some decisions made.
And maybe I should make one short apology to council somewhere along that. What I referred to as this tax stabilization surplus or reserve, I think was shortened by one word somewhere along the line. I think it is just the stabilization reserve now. I'm not sure on that, but I will apologize if I've characterized it in a different way than is more recently defined. And I'll go down to Division 1.
Thank you. I agree with Division 2 in that I believe that we need to use the core infrastructure that was a surplus from last year on projects that are potentially being this year used by tax revenue. That's already tax revenue that was from last year. It would make sense for us to utilize the extra tax revenue from this year to fund programs, or from last year to fund programs this year if it's there. I had another question with regards to the North Saskatchewan River Road. On the paperwork here, it shows that there was 250. I know we upped that to 300.
to 550, so an
To
additional.
550.
Yeah. an
Okay, so would
additional
that mean there's still 150,000 then available? Because by the end of 2022, it shows that there would have been 650. So if you change that to 550, would that mean that there would
Okay.
still be 150? That we could apply to that?
I thought that you said 350 used on the intersection probably?
Yes. No, it's maybe a little bit less, so to say
Yeah.
that our portion was 350,000.
Yeah. So just because that project got changed and updated like last year in very quick time, it shows 250 was budgeted to come out of there, but we actually probably used 350 of it. So that will be at zero after 550 comes out.
Okay,
Okay?
sounds good. And then I just had one more comment if I'm.
That's by
Yeah.
all means, yeah.
The Nordeg Sani dump station, my only issue with pushing that off is then we're not seeing any benefit from that until 2024 potentially. And I see the Sani dump stations as an economic driver for a community. And when we are building up a community like Nordeg, we want to try to bring in as many people into that area as we can. And bringing in campers to dump their stations, they may fill up with fuel, they may go get a pie or whatever else that goes with that. And with us trying to build Nordeg up, it would only make sense to provide that service to the people in the surrounding area going out to our West Country as a way to draw them back into Nordeg specifically, because that's going right in the village, or in the hamlet, yes? Like that's not off on Highway 11 somewhere, that's right. So that would then bring those people right into that community, which I think would be a good economic driver for that area. Just a thought.
And I might comment, that's a great thing for while they're waiting in line for their Sani dump, their kids can wait in line for the mountain coaster.
Absolutely, that's a great.
We'll talk soon, we'll talk soon, we'll talk soon.
Or read that strategic plan and be prepared.
I'm just gonna make one small suggestion. When using MSI funding, it's always better to use the larger project because it takes less administrative time, it's more cost-effective to use a larger project and less provincial government resources, and they tend to be approved quicker. if you are going to utilize any more MSI funding, I would suggest it go to the condo replacement and collection means, and then fund some of the smaller, less than $1 million projects through the infrastructure restricted surplus.
And thank you for that. That's where it's so good to have the exchange on how difficult it is to actually account for some of this money that we've received, that the province really wants to understand how we're using and utilizing it. So thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Northcon.
I wanted to echo a little bit with Councillor Swanson. It is $500,000 for the Sandy dump at Nordig. There's been significant amount of investment there. Can't everything, timing is things too, right? So that's.
Councillor Graham.
Mr. Han, with what you just said, then could we do the condo replacement mains with the MSI, and we have all of these, like the Leslieville curb and gutter stormwater improvements, the Leslieville lift station, the Leslieville replacement, all of those ones are less than $1 million. Are those ones that we could switch to the core one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you. I would just love an update of, with everything we've kind of thrown around, can we see what that's looking like on the numbers? Are we
Sure.
getting any
It
closer
has-
here?
You know, it has that kind of telethon type thing.
Just thinking that.
like we should get one of those.
Okay. So, do we want to include, okay, just wait. I guess, can we identify which ones we want to include to come out of the $3 million core infrastructure one then?
So there was various ones that we could do. Were there, I think I heard one that was the gutter and storm, curb and gutter work in Leslieville. I think the Condor one, we were talking about that
MSI for that one.
being in MSI, if I.
So, the Leslieville curb and gutter, the Leslieville lift station, the Leslieville replacement of priority one collection mains, those ones?
Yes.
What about, any of the Nordig ones?
So there was a series of them, something around roper pumps and lagoon blowers and those kind of things, did that
Yeah, so
fit?
or the sanitary, dumping stations, I'm still not clear about the trailer versus the commercial. If either one of those you want to fund through that $3 million, or the, James River Road also could be funded through that.
And we had kind of discussed James River Road would also fit, of course, in the stabilization account as well.
Or we could just put a line on here and say we're gonna utilize it all and not specifically identify, the projects. And then as we're changing, the documents, tomorrow, we could just go down the list till we get
Sure.
3 million. I don't know.
Sure. Councillor Melhoff.
I would also feel the same could be true then for the stabilization fund, bringing that down to the 10 million, I think
Okay.
is still a good realistic number to have that stabilization ability there. But if we take the 1.3 out of that and put it back into infrastructure within our municipality to try to prevent us having to have that awful tax conversation again.
Okay.
Not that it's not important,
speaking-
sorry.
And I may have to lend or ask the guidance of staff, to the last time we had a tax increase. What were the typical amounts we saw as a tax increase? And right now, we've got the idea that 1% brings approximately $500,000 into the budget. What kind of, I'm trying to remember back to when we had annual tax increases of that 2 or 3% range. That hasn't happened in some time, so.
I can get a spreadsheet that has it identified. I do know one year there was a 6% on commercial and 2% on residential. And then I want to say that it was like a 2% across the board, maybe 1 year and then 3 years of 0.
Yes. Sounds very familiar. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Counselor Swanson.
We did talk about the gas tax credit, federal gas, and we said we
Yep.
identified those overlay projects, so.
Yep. That's
use
in
it-
there, yeah.
Yep, so we're using all of that up.
Yep.
And then, being as how we were throwing around MSI money around there too, you said MSI will go for would there be any, leftover from that condor?
Yes. Yes, so there would be about $1.5 million.
$1.5 million left
Yeah.
with MSI?
Yeah.
So, could we put that towards, like a big project? You said bigger projects are better with MSI, correct?
Yeah, we could do the River Road grading project. There would be about $1.1
Okay,
million.
left, yeah.
Counselor Malhoff.
Thank you. Would it then make sense to have the River Road funded more from MSI then and reallocate the reserve money on our end rather than, and ask the province for the bigger chunk on that in the MSI grant? And reallocate our NSRP money in our own accounting world rather than playing with the MSI grant writing?
Yep, you could do
That would make more sense?
Yes.
Because then we can move that to wherever we're gonna put the rest of the MSI money. There we go, yeah. We can reallocate North Saskatchewan River Park then to the Condor project? No, that's it, more MSI.
Yeah. It would be one of the projects, like you could either put it on your general equipment or one of the Nordegg sanitary dumping stations or,
So then we would just have to request the North Saskatchewan River Park be removed from that and put into a different restricted surplus to access elsewhere.
or the Rocky Nordegg Trail.
Yeah, that would be a good option.
Oh, Counselor Cermak.
Where was the Beaver Flat Road grading? Was it staying in 2022 or was it going to MIS?
You can fund it through MSI in 2022 or move it to 2023 and fund it through MSI then. So I still haven't heard direction as to which year you want that put into.
If it makes no difference, I think,
We should-
signaling that to the community that there's work being done there, I think has positive effects for sure.
Yeah, leave it in 22 if we can put it in the MSI.
And ultimately, we're looking for that balanced number at the end. I don't want to seem like I'm advocating for a tax increase as well, but we may see a number at the end that might indicate a very modest tax increase. That doesn't correct me if I'm wrong, that doesn't actually mean that we are going to set that as a tax rate. It just indicates that we are, at this point of time with our projections, that's where we would need to be. Once our year end comes in, we'll have a greater idea where we are financially, and sometimes there's a surplus and we have to allocate that into reserves, and sometimes we have to draw from something to keep our original projections of a balanced budget.
The
On
assessor
track.
did indicate there would be a slight increase likely in the tax revenue, so
Yes,
I could put $250,000 there. We wouldn't necessarily have to identify, and we actually couldn't identify what impact that would have on the tax rate at this time.
yeah. So ultimately, what I was trying to get across is if we do suggest a tax increase at this time, doesn't mean we've actually increased it. It will be decided when we decide that sometime in it's first quarter of the year, I believe, is it not? In May.
April.
Okay. April,
Sorry,
Yeah.
May,
stand correct.
somewhere.
The notices go out in May. We have to decide on the tax rate in April.
Question, Counselor Sermon.
No, just a statement.
Okay,
I do not want to see a tax increase, period. I think our taxpayers have paid enough just for the cost of living this year. I don't think we need to burden them anymore. Thank you.
thank you for that. And Counselor Melhoff, and then I think, unless we have a moment where we can see that number, I'm gonna,
The number's up on the screen there.
okay.
Thank you. Have we touched the vehicles and equipment? Or
No.
can we look at adding some of the equipment in the Public Works fleet management requests coming from the vehicles and equipment?
Yeah, there's $542,000 being funded from tax revenue for the vehicles and equipment that could come out of that vehicles and equipment reserve or restricted surplus.
And my other question was paving, the paving surplus that's there. Do we have any projects that we could look at, or have we already allocated some of the paving surplus to projects already?
Most of the paving restricted surplus is allocated to future projects. I
Okay.
think after everything that, in the next, like, I think to 2024, that
Because the
restricted
Leslieville
surplus
East
goes
Road-
down to about 1.2 million. However, as Director Hansen mentioned, you will have a surplus to allocate at the end of the financial statements for 2021, which happens in the spring of 2022. However, I don't think the paving reserve is one you want to,
Play with?
yeah, we could,
But looking at the equipment one, we could
yeah,
reallocate some of that into the actual equipment.
into the equipment, yeah. So if I add that in. Getting close.
That's very, very close. Counselor Swanson.
Am I too bold to suggest that we take the remainder, just take it out of the stabilization fund and then top it up? Should we get a,
That sounds like a terrific suggestion. Unless we have a Visa card.
You do have a Visa card you could go to.
That's what I was gonna suggest. Just so the council is fully aware of all your options. We seldom have used it unless we're participating in a joint project with somebody that had to finance. I think that's the only times we've actually borrowed money. I think the only borrowed money we have on the books, Westview Lodge, so.
Yeah. The other thing I just want to mention is, so right now, the transfer from the tax rate stabilization will be just over $2 million. There's a couple things I want to check into and make sure they're correct in here as far as restricted surplus transfers go. So that number actually could drop. I think there's a couple things that we haven't allocated properly in 2021 and 2022. So once I do those checks, I will make sure and update you on what the new number is coming from the tax rate stabilization on Tuesday at the special meeting.
Sure. So
You did
I
it.
think, I see a dot, which is good.
Yeah?
So why don't we take, I think it's appropriate time to take a stretch and a break for 15 minutes, and we'll come back for some final words. Well, welcome back, everyone. Following in the afternoon of our strategic planning meeting around budget, I think we've had some successes so far, and I think staff is probably ready to kind of review some of the process we've been through, and we have a bit left on the agenda as well before we end our day. So I shall turn it back over to the other side of the room soon.
No, I'm going to run the mic from here, or the spreadsheet from here. So I just wanted to maybe draw your attention to this top part of the financial plan. So I just want to show you the difference between 2021 and 2022 here. So the capital expenditures in 2021 were 41 million, and the capital expenditures in 2022 is 56 million. So, you know, a lot of extra capital projects are going to happen in 2022. And of course, this number is going to change as I make the adjustments that we reviewed the earlier part of today. So I'm just going to run through the changes just one by one, just to make sure that I have everything correct. So the first, we'll just remove Christensen from signage, and that's a Rocky Rec, and they've just taken that out of capital. They've added it down into operating down below. North Saskatchewan River Park upgrade plan has been deferred from 2022 to 2023. There's been an additional ask for North Saskatchewan River Park VIP stand upgrades, $20,000. Dresser to the groom, a groomer for the Ball Diamonds, $3,000. Football field lighting, $62,500, which you'll find down below is there's a transfer from restricted surplus for that. Cemetery runs of $14,000. The rec operating increase, which includes that part of that, there was some decreases in it, and the net is $11,000. But this moving the Christensen sign from the signage is included in that in the operating, and the park's operating increase for $1,200. There was also an ask for 25% of the library and fire hall roof replacement for $19,000. Salary adjustment for $275,000. Airport terminal postponement, there's two actions here, which is a net zero. So we're decreasing the expenditures of $27,000 and decreasing the amount coming from reserves for $27,000. We're going to fund the Beaver Flat road upgrade in 2022 from MSI for $7,409,000. We're going to fund the asphalt overlay and the base pave projects in 2022 of $1.221 million from the federal gas tax fund. The fiber to the home is being unfunded at this time, with more information to come to council early in 2022. I was going to say 2023, and I'm just getting my years all mixed up. Fund vehicles in the Public Works budget of the tax revenue portion of $1 million from the Vehicle and Equipment Restricted Surplus account. There's two projects that have been postponed to 2023 in light of doing an area structure plan for Leslieville for $60,000 and $100,000. Here's the amount that's being carried forward for the rec funding of the lighting and the dirt at the river park, the infield. The Condor Collection Mains project of $4.4 million. There will be an application to MSI for that project. The general and the construction equipment that's being funded through tax revenue will be funded through the Vehicles and Equipment Restricted Surplus for 2022. The Core Infrastructure Restricted Surplus account is going to fund various core infrastructure projects, mostly sanitary and waste projects for $3 million. I'm just going to skip over the next one for a minute. River Road grading is going to be an MSI application for the entire amount of $1.4 million. The restricted surplus balance that's in the North Saskatchewan River Park account will be used to fund Clearwater County's portion of the Rocky Nordig Trail project in 2022. And the balance of 2022 is going to be funded through the tax rate stabilization restricted surplus account amounting to $2,039,398. This number could change based on a couple of things that I just have to make sure are accurate in the restricted surplus transfers, and I will update council on if that number changes, why it changed. And then I just wanted to show that even though 2023 and 2024 show large deficits, again, you can see through the work that we've done today that those aren't necessarily insurmountable challenges. However, you will have the entire 2022 to through strategic planning committee meetings to set this council's priorities, and those numbers will change every quarter through the strategic planning committee meetings. And that is all I have.
Thank you for that. Mr. Hagan, and then I'll go to Councillor Melhoff and then Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'm just wondering if council would mind if we change the description on the salary adjustment line to labor market adjustment? I just wouldn't want anybody to get the impression that that's, you know, a unique individual salary adjustment when it affects the entire organization.
More accurate, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Just a couple of notes from that. The VIP stands, I was hoping that we would still link those to the await for what happens between the Rodeo Association. And also, I thought we had talked that the Leslieville grounds may look at coming out of that rec fund as well, so that we could be in line with when those schools would be opening.
The Leslieville Rec Grounds, you want to stay in 2022?
And utilize the rec fund that was there, just so we can be more in line with when those schools are opening. Because this is just giving us an idea of what it's gonna look like, right? This isn't actually building everything, so then we would be another year behind, because we'd have to do a year of engineering and what it might look like before we actually can utilize a green space. I didn't know what everybody's feelings was on this.
Okay, Councillor Graham and then Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I like that idea. I think it would be great for the community. I thought that we also talked about postponing the trailer phase 2 for the trailer area in Nordeg. Mobile home, thank you, sorry, for a year. I don't know if I
We
missed it.
can postpone that. I mean, from a financial perspective, I don't know about for the project perspective, but it won't affect your bottom line.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to make note of that. So this was the, just to be, make sure everybody's clear on what was set to happen next year with that was the detailed design, the remainder of the geotechnical work for that area to be developed. But if it's the will of this council to, excuse me, to have that deferred, it can be done.
Councillor Swanson?
Yes, and just going back to Councillor Melhoff's suggestion about the recreation. I guess for me, I would sooner see it wait a year just until to get the area structure plan, just to get it right. Yeah, the Leslieville one, but I see it's in conjunction with the schools too, so I'm okay either way, but it would be nice to have that area structure plan as a founding document, but I understand the desire. Past council has labeled it as a recreation area anyways, so I can't see it changing, but it would be nice to incorporate it in so I'm okay with putting it back in for 2022.
again, I'll step up on my soapbox about area structure plans. They are very important documents, and this is one of those key things that allow us to prepare for future development and assign an appropriate amount of budget to it without so much in-depth discussion. It's been very useful at Nordeg, and that's why I am also in favor of keeping with our plans with Nordeg, because that momentum is clear there to me, that we have a clear momentum happening there, and we need to keep up with the pace of what the expectation of the growth of that community is, and the good planning we put in place and the good work we've done in place to have that be a ideal community for growth. So thank you for that. Any further questions? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Will there be an opportunity with this phase two, if we said, let's do it since this is the design work, for us to say, hey, I know that this is saying it's supposed to be a manufactured home park, like, let's make it a little bit bigger, or will that be an opportunity in this since this is the detailed design work? Or are we then, is that completely different from what this is?
I would suggest, if you're going to revision what you want to do with that area, that you basically leave it unfunded, so there's really no point in moving forward that. You know, I would take that time to have your strategic planning session there about, you know, revisiting that area. Is that suitable for manufactured home park? Where does it line up? Because we don't want to do any design work in an area that doesn't meet this council's vision. So I would leave that unfunded for now, put it as part of the strategic planning for your Nordeg design, what this council sees for a plan there.
Well, and I think the fact that we upped the phase for you guys were able to take our strategic plan from before and move that other one up a year, I think that will help cover off some of these questions, and then we can wait until we have more strategic planning for it. Thanks.
Mr. Reid.
So what this will also do then is create a more steady stream of lots available, right? So you'll end up doing some Elizabeth Ave, that'll come online while you research the next step of the mobile home park. Those will come online the year after. And so there is a logic to that. I will tell you that when we go on our tour, you'll see that area is really quite small. Like there's not a lot of space in there for anything else to really be developed. However, I will also draw you, one of the things you guys have an opportunity to do is to read the Nordeg development plan so that you understand, again, back to that discussion we had at Councillor Cermak's instigation about a mix of housing stock. But this suggestion is really wise in one sense. You have between 3 and 5 lots left on Elizabeth Ave, and you have 15 or so left, or even 20 left, I can't remember the exact number, in the mobile home park. So you're kind of balancing the need with the stock, and then this need will catch up and you'll have that stock. So it's a good way to go. I guess I could have just said thumbs up.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. My understanding from the previous discussion, which may have got mixed with other discussions, was that the next phase for the mobile home park, that there was some key information to acquire on the status of the soil, that it was the old lagoon, and that would be the key factor in doing any further investment there.
I'm not sure how much of the dollars were actually allocated for that. That was still an uncertainty because we haven't got the green light on developing that lagoon location. There might be opportunity in other Nordeg projects to actually make sure we at least have that covered off about that additional testing, give us next year to get that in place. The majority of that funds that were allocated for next year were for the design of that manufactured home park. So we just wouldn't want to lose that investment if the plan were to change. Because we are doing additional work up in Nordeg, it's not that we couldn't expand, say just to look after that small component of the geotechnical or the testing work that's done in that area that couldn't be absorbed in another project. I believe would be a fairly small component.
Okay, and what would the time frame be to, reach that decision point to proceed further? Like after the soil testing?
Well, the strategy that we'd laid out in this plan was to have that work done this year and following construction in 2023. So I would assume that we would just bump it. The earliest would be another year down the road. So we'd be starting construction as early as 2023,
Okay,
24, sorry.
thank you for that.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I just have two things. One, the Nordic development, although great questions, whether you leave the budget in there or not, the only thing that comes out of that restricted surplus account is what you spend. So once you have your Nordic development workshop or information day, then you can make decisions from there. And if the budget stays in or goes out, it doesn't affect your bottom line, and only what you spend will come out of that restricted surplus. The second thing is, I just don't know, the area structure plans for Leslieville, Condor areas, are they in budget for 2022, or do we need to add funds for that?
Well, so no and yes. They're not currently in the work plan. And, but I also couldn't give you a number for Monday or Tuesday. And so what I would suggest there is you go to strategic planning, you discuss how important all of your priorities are. You put area structure plans on that priority list. And then throughout the year, you have budget adjustments that you can make depending on what your priorities are. Given the staffing situation, those will likely be contracts. And so we will, we'll be able to get a real number. We'll give it to you. You'll know what the facts are, but I would not try to do that for Tuesday.
And thank you for that. I'm glad my soapbox has not went unheard around that, so thank you very much. Anything further? Any comments, questions from council, staff? I can say the process I thought went very, very smoothly. I'm going to give a big woo-hoo. I think it was great. Thumbs up, for sure, because my thumb is very well exercised through the last couple of days. That brings us on the agenda. Councillor or Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Just for the taxing, about 92% of the tax income for the county is industry, right? So 8%, that would be residential?
Residential and farm.
Okay, I was just curious, out of the 92%, I don't know if you'd have the numbers or not, but for like industry, would that include, is there separation of any sort between like businesses and like actual like?
Commercial and industry?
Yeah.
Yeah, most of it's industry. Most of it's actually oil. Like,
Okay.
there is some other industry in Clearwater County, but not a significant amount.
Yeah, I was just
There's some
curious if there was-
forestry, there are other industries in Clearwater County, but the majority of our tax revenue comes from the oil and gas industry.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious if there was in there for businesses that pay.
Yeah, we do have a few there is a small business assessment class. So there's certain criteria you have to meet to get into that class. And then there are other businesses, but the majority, like 95%, is oil and gas industry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, any further questions? That takes us down to item number 5, which is a chance to get back together and have a special council meeting to approve this budget. And I think there was a suggested time next Tuesday, I believe. Does that meet everybody's approval? If that's the case, then could I have a motion to call for a special council meeting on that date to approve what we've been talking about for the last 3 days? Deputy Reeve Northcott, any further discussion? Seeing none, I call. Oh, and you, so ultimately, we do not have to have everyone present for approval of the budget?
That's correct. You do not have to have everyone present.
Okay?
I would suggest that it was more important to be here for the last 3 days, in
Yes,
fact.
no,
right?
absolutely.
But-
Yeah, and in my recollection, it's a moment to kind of, present that in its more final form at that time, is it not, Mr. Reed?
Absolutely, it will be far more formal than the last 3 days have. And speaking of formal, I'll just make it clear and state it for the record that it's 9 AM, December 21st,
Okay.
2021 even.
Thank you for that. I was quickly looking through my calendar because I didn't want to say it was 9 AM and then it was 10, so thank you for that. So I guess no further discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Those that abstain, I guess. In that case, it's carried. Thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of the day and the end of this week, actually, because it's been a monumental task, and I think you've all contributed so much, and thank you for that. I think we made good progress, not only in the education process, but educating ourselves, educating our community, and working with our staff to reach goals. I think it's been a success in so many ways. So thank you for that. I will look for a motion for adjournment. Division 1. And any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And we're adjourned. Thank you so much.